I forgot to unmute myself, I guess. Good thing I caught that early. If they were here, I would be distracted. And I probably would have caught that. But, they'll be here. They'll be here soon, I'm sure. Okay. I know my music's actually no, the entire thing's a bit quiet. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I had a thing happen.
A thing?
Yeah.
What?
Well, for one, I couldn't find my phone. I'm like, ah, God, where's my phone? I know I had it. I was hoping it wasn't in the car or something. I bring my food upstairs, and I set the bag on the chair while I get dressed. That reminds me, I got to put a note for my laundry. So yeah, I put it on my chair, and then as hello, I'm telling Mom the story about what just happened to me a few minutes ago. I brought my food upstairs, and I set it on my chair, the bag. I got dressed, and then I picked the bag back up, and everything just went right through the bag. As if it wasn't there. Now, I noticed it give way really easily, and I was like, okay.
Did it get wet or something?
I don't think so.
There's too much in the bag?
Maybe? But it just, like, it was almost like a trick bag. But I was lifting it, I guess, relatively slowly to realize, like, oh, this is, like, this is a very light bag, you know? So I do it slowly, and I just start to see, I'm like, okay, well, the fries are upright. So that's good. And then I just lifted the bag up, and I put all my food in another bag, because I have another one. Because I want to preserve the heat. So I sealed that. But, yeah.
Weird.
Weird. That's the second weird thing that's happened to me in the past 30 minutes. The other weird thing was when I was driving by the church as I was getting back, and in the road there's like a Doritos box. Like, it's a box that would hold a bunch of Dorito chips, maybe. All I saw was the Doritos logo. It is cardboard, and actually rather sizable. And it's just sitting in the road. And I see it, like, I'm going, like, what, 30, 40, and I see it, and I'm just like, a box. And then I hit the box. And then I'm scraping the box. And I'm like, okay, how do I get rid of this box? It's obviously not going to go under my car. It's stuck. So I'm like, maybe it'll slide, I don't know, if I change lanes. Nope, it's still in front of me. So then I just kind of, like, I'm thinking, like, there's no one on the road, should I just, like, see if I can stop and then back up and then swap lanes, or what? But eventually it gave in and went under my car.
How could you not see the box until you hit it?
It's a very, no, I mean, maybe I did, but it's like, it's just a box. I was like, cardboard, is it paper, you know? It's certainly not something that's alive.
You don't know what's in the box.
Well, yeah, people.
That's what I always
sometimes
think.
Put the kittens in them when they want to get rid of them, or they fill a box full of rock or bricks so that when you hit it, it rips your oil pan out. So, yeah, you got to be careful. I remember driving the Suburban on a highway. We were going like 60, whatever. And all of a sudden, I was passing a semi, and there was a mattress in the road. And I was able to swerve around it. The car behind me swerved around it, and the next vehicle, which was a minivan, hit it head on. And they ended up pulling over because they probably damaged the front end of the car.
So you just claim that I could have hit a box of kittens, and we're just going to proceed with the night normally.
Okay. This is just what I think when
Doesn't
I
that
see
sound
a
like
box.
really
I don't.
1940s or something?
Okay.
Well, yeah, you don't want to hit a box anyway because you don't know what's in it. Oops, I did not want to do that. It's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Okay, what we doing?
Let me think.
I have finished my dailies and my weekly. Did you finish your weekly?
Yep.
My weekly isn't touched at all. Oh wait, no, it kind of is, a little bit. Give me a second.
What'd you do for your daily? Did you do a dungeon or?
No, I didn't do the dungeon.
So you picked 5 locks, did the crafting, and
Tremendous.
okay. Oh, 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 oh.
Oh boy. Can I have someone port to me, please? Any, either.
Report to you. I'm traveling part-time. Are you in trouble?
Need help?
No, I need someone to pick up a daily.
Oh.
I got a daily that I like to do, but it's glitched.
Where do we go for day? Oh, okay.
And why do you look like this? Chrome is so 1970s. You lucked out with your crates, I guess.
Oh, I actually bought it.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay. Fancy. Not a lot of people have that. Could you see what you get for either of these, please?
For either of these.
Both of them.
putting a stop to rituals.
Hmm. Okay.
Performed by the Worm Cult.
So I made 8 hard-boiled eggs, and now I'm at a loss for what the ratio is, like how much mayonnaise.
I'll take those.
Yeah.
Say to make it
Do,
more simple.
do 2 cans. And
So
if you have some left over, you
we
can
have-
always have it another day.
Well, I
We
mean,
have
I just
distractions
check out the
going
ratio.
on.
You have 8 eggs. Yes.
Take them both and share
Wow,
them,
that's
please.
a lot of eggs.
I'll take. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, typically-
I took his. Let's see what she had. Oh, they're north of Balmora. Nasty Nixox.
Yeah, go ahead and share.
Yeah,
And Mom's in crafting mode, so she's not getting the shares and she's distracted.
Whatever.
okay. Alright, I'm here. What?
Pick up the shares that I gave to you, and
Mm-hmm.
and then report to me when I say so. Right, you can report to me.
So how was your day?
It happened.
Well,
Nothing eventful?
No. I don't have the right music for that.
What on earth? What are you doing, the robot?
Surely you've seen him like this.
I've seen
Nope.
this. Yeah,
She's
no,
not been
I
paying
think he just got
attention.
it.
I've had it for days. But we haven't been playing together. And she doesn't pay attention to me anyway. When he runs, he kind of goes boom, 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 boom. Well, that's walking. When he runs, he goes, oops. Can you hear him clanking?
Yes.
Yes.
Which one are we doing?
Oxen. There's someone else here. Okay.
Stay put. You buy that too?
Yep.
He's rich, he can buy anything.
I don't think this one smokes when it runs, so I don't know. Do you have this way shrine?
Now I do.
Okay.
Where did everybody go? No, I don't have.
Or you can just port to me, I'm here.
You could have let him do that because that's one of the endeavors.
Or you go to Canarthy's Roost and you can get all you want. I don't have this one marked, sorry. Alright.
Why are you so quiet?
Who's quiet?
Ooh.
Everyone is.
Oh. Kyle.
It's fine.
Kyle.
Oh.
Oh, this is fun.
Experience.
Hmm?
It's experience.
Hmm.
hear a chest.
It's probably the same one.
Aid me!
Yeah, I already got that one. You don't want to go back to Burden, Phil.
Get him up. Huh? No, but I want him up because Am I muted?
No.
No.
Okay, I lost you. I'm here. Jacob, give him his pills and then get him outside. Okay, well, I guess we're just gonna stop.
We
have to
go
turn to the other one.
other one.
Alright.
Do you think those Ashlanders are still outside Molag Bar? Well? I feel so renewed. Vivec City is truly amazing. Are you sure you were right? The ordeal with Barda was terrifying. I don't know.
You should follow me.
I could give you a song and dance, but when all is said and done...
I guess we wanted to go down.
Lady May cleaned up our bank.
Oh, she did.
You look a bit low.
Okay. I got a dog I need to take care of. Alright, well. Thanks for playing.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you. Have a good time.
Same.
See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Love you. Good day.
Love you too. Night.
Bye.
Bye.
Fine goods at fair prices.
Nice looking armor. Anyways, I'm probably just gonna get these done, and then I might be back on later, but I've got a thing to do. And it's probably going to be too long to go on
Hail,
break. So
Gearman's Guardian!
it's either I return after break, or return after the stream ends, or whatever, but... Oh.
Rogero, Mako, Ta.
That was quick. My ping just jumped for some reason. Do I have any extra... nothing that I want to do. Oops. Dang it. Well, I had these crates, but I didn't open them. Alright, I'm actually going to be right back. It will be a BRB and not a stream drop. Though I might have to end the stream when I get back. We'll see. It might be a little bit of a long BRB, and I know I take long BRBs. So, we'll see. Alright, I'm back. Blip. Okay. How long was that? Not a record, not nearly a record. My longest was a walk that I took once. It was probably an hour. And that was back when, like, you know, earlier days of mine. I felt more casual about it. What are we up to today? Walking history book? Well, it's been a strange night. I wouldn't mind talking history. But I don't have a topic. How are you doing, Reina? Thank you. I just finished doing my writs. Let me see. I made my... I don't remember what, 8th character, I think? I made my 8th character earlier. I have not shown her on stream yet, but I showed her on Twitter. First ESO character I've ever made that is a class that I already have. Oh, I should probably do some enchanting. Was it like, what, 3 more?
Rogero. Denis. Ta.
So right now there is a Lore Masters archive that I'm not gonna read until the ESO stream, the UESP stream. Right, okay, Baratron. That's okay. I knew that. I was just thinking, what was I doing? Like, for my residence. Thank you, Teldos. I should have made a guess as to who that was beforehand. I was gonna spend my time making some USB edits, but I decided I could probably do that later. Or heck, maybe I could even do some while I'm here, but anyway, I'm just gonna be completely transparent and talk about what happened. Because I'm shit at keeping secrets. I mean, I talked about it. I talked about it as the stream started, but basically on the way home, when I was driving on the way home, I hit what looked like a very torn up cardboard box in the road because I couldn't really swerve at the time. And the box was like, I was just scraping the box, and it was making a very loud sound. And I was kind of worried about that. I'm like, I really hope this doesn't scratch up my license plate or something. But eventually I got it off, but it followed me for quite a ways as I pushed it around. And then when I got home and I talked about it, people were starting to freak me out, and they were like, you don't know what was in that box. Someone could have put puppies in that box. And I started to freak out a bit. So we decided to go and check on it. And we couldn't find it. But we're kind of hoping that it blew away because it was empty or something. And there was nothing in it. Because we could not find that box. It was nearby. Ah, there goes my buff. But it certainly worried me, so I was like, we have to go and check on that. But nope, we couldn't find it. Couldn't find it. So either it blew away, it was pushed away, maybe it was just a box. It was probably just a box. It was probably just a box. I mean, like everyone hits cardboard boxes at some point. I've almost hit like coyotes. No, I did not run into it. It was just a box anyway. Who knows? Maybe it fell out of a delivery truck or something. Well, I don't know. To be honest, I'm not even sure if it was a box that you could put anything in, because it was like, I think it might have been open, like an open-ended box. But I just wanted to check. We went to the area that I believe that I remember it happening at, and we couldn't find anything. I'm not gonna go into any detail, but we couldn't find anything, right, that would kind of like give you some hints. So there weren't any hints, as it were. So therefore, just kind of gonna assume that it was probably just empty, because there would be hints, and the word hint is doing a lot of heavy lifting right here. But you know. But we did backtrack to check it out. But no, I think I couldn't swerve though, because like I was just coming off of a light, and there was someone right on my left. I'm pretty sure, and I didn't want to like make a big deal, swerve, and you know, embarrass myself. And I'm like, it was just a box. It was a sturdy one. But yeah, it's like I don't ever like swerving. But also, I get home at night, right, and it's dark. It's dark and things are hard to see. My headlights suck too. Like I'm driving on back roads that aren't lit very well at all. Did anyone here have a history question or anything about the incoming dungeons or anything that will be happening on Monday for PC, I think? I think I did a dungeon last night. I probably should have waited until reset. Anyone? Canarthi's Ruse, Canarthi's Ruse, Canarthi. That's Kynes Aegis. It's kind of close, but not quite. Oh hey, cool, he's in Eldangavar. Oh wait, is that because he's doing Battlegrounds, or does it label it that on the map? I actually don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that question. I'm gonna port to someone and then use the way shrine that I appear at. I mean, that'll be quicker. You don't watch pre-release trailers or the announcement mostly because you can't afford buying new stuff. The currency exchange rates. You know, that's something called Gold Road, and there's a really pretty Daedric Prince that we don't know about that's really interesting. Yeah, so, so this Daedric Prince was introduced at the end of last year's chapter. So essentially the story revolves around you trying to keep this Daedric Prince from being remembered, right? And you don't even know what you're really fighting to protect the entire time until the very end where, you know, it becomes the reveal. So, so that's when she showed up. So it had been a while of me knowing about this character and thinking about the character, so I've had a very long time to come up with my thoughts. Technically, I knew about her for much longer than that, but my views are excited and intrigued. I definitely like her design and her sphere. I think that this isn't what I'm looking for, but I'm looking for Jess. I kind of want them. I want them to go with a more like maybe a Daedric Prince that you can sympathize with would be kind of a fun twist. But we really don't know much about her. We really don't have a lot of information. You know, we never heard her speak. Don't know any line of dialogue from her. For all we know, she could talk like a Khajiit. We've got nothing. But, I think, the thing is, though, when Gold Road was announced, on January 16th, the news of Athelia entered public consciousness, right? That might have been, that might have been when you heard about Athelia, and when a lot of other people heard about Athelia who might not have played Necrom, and also people who don't even play ESO at all, right? So, Athelia, like, entered the, mindset of the test fandom consciousness, and so a lot of people had thoughts. And if you play ESO, it's a lot easier to understand another Daedric Prince than if you've played Morrowind, Oblivion, Skyrim, and that's it. I think if you've played ESO, you're a lot more open to the idea. Which sounds weird to say, because ESO has never done it before. But what ESO has done is ESO's, over time, has kind of planted the seeds in a way where the idea doesn't seem that odd. Like, it's stuff in the Deadlands chapter paved way for other princes. They've slowly made it seem more of a possible opportunity. So I think ESO players were a lot more welcoming of this decision. Meanwhile, like, the Elder Scrolls Reddit was on fire, from what I hear. I never looked at it. I don't do the Elder Scrolls lore Reddit. That's not something I want to do. I don't recommend test lore to anybody. Because it's kind of a place where a lot of people can just kind of say anything they want, and a lot of people take it as, like, fact, right? So I've had people who have read stuff there that was all just kind of made up by some random Joe Schmo in Ohio, and they're like, "Oh, is this a thing?" It's like, no, they just made that up, and they're just posting about it, right? It's kind of the whoa! Those two birds were one bird. That was trippy. Yeah, that might have been overkill. Really, though, I don't really know what ESO could do that tops Athelia. Maybe Athelia could be like maybe Athelia could be a stepping stone to something even more dangerous than Athelia. I don't know. But I honestly don't know what direction ESO could go in that would top the idea of Athelia. So as much as like I like their extended stories, I want them to extend it even longer, and I don't want them to stop this year. I want them to continue on the Athelia storyline to like another chapter or two more. I don't know. But looking at Gold Road, I get the feeling that like this is it. So it's just gonna be like 2 years. I just get that feeling. Let's see, what else? Again, I like her design. Some people say that she's too pretty. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? It's a beach deer. Of course it is. I don't know I don't know what's happening here. Is this like a thing that goes on ships? Is this carved out of wood, or is this just straight up a deer head? Is this just straight up a deer's head, or is this like a thing that goes? Is this like a thing that goes on the front of ships? I think it's too small. This is just a. Can I try to shoot it with a blast of my staff? I'm sorry about this, man. I'm sorry about this. Okay. Well, this is weird. I'm haunted. I hope you don't mind if I just kind of take this and leave. I'll be seeing ya. Most common object in the Elder Scrolls. A deer? Now, what was I saying? Some people say that Athalia is like too pretty and she doesn't look scary enough, and I don't think. I mean, there's a lot of Daedric princes that aren't scary looking. I mean, technically, like Clavicus Vile just kind of looks like a Daedra, you know. I mean, sometimes he has that scary mask, but I mean, like you know, Meridia doesn't look scary. Azura doesn't look scary. You know, Nocturnal technically doesn't even really look scary. Usually the female presenting Daedric princes don't really look that. They look more like fantasy lady, you know. So yeah, I think that she looks fine when you kind of take that into perspective. As in finding objects halfway facing. Oh, they're like clipping. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean, like, it's kind of funny. No, he's gonna get the chest, isn't he? Don't see it, don't see it, you don't see it. You don't see it, you don't see it. No, he saw it. Yeah, Daedric princes can be pretty. Daedric can be pretty. There's really nothing that says Daedric can't be pretty. So, yeah, I'm cool with her. I'm gonna assume that she just kind of gets forgotten again or something. But, you know. Hello. Goodbye. Oh, look at that chest. There we go. That's done. That's said and done. This is trippy. Anyway, so, I accidentally spoiled myself by going on the USP and seeing that we already have written down the prologue quest, apparently. I didn't know that. So I accidentally saw, like, a piece of dialogue from the prologue quest last night, or whatever. I was like, oh shit, I shouldn't be seeing this. I know a lot of man, this is basically just like what I was doing last week. People are gonna tune in and think that like this is a rerun of last week's. Because I was on Canarthy's Roost talking about Athelia and everything. We've like come full circle. It's like exactly a week later, here I am. But I wasn't wearing these clothes, so ha! It's different. But no, so like I know a lot of people are pretty bummed about Bosmer not getting Falinesti, and instead they're kind of getting a little tiny bit of this DLC. I don't really know how much. Vashabar is going to be like the Bosmer settlement that, you know, if you're a Bosmer fan, you'll be spending a lot of time there. I think they said it's on the border, like right here, in this area, somewhere over here, I'm sure. So it'll be like close to Valenwood. And it could be. I think that if they play their cards right, maybe Bosmer could be pretty like important this year. Because let's face it, the last time we got like a half and half was Blackwood, and in Blackwood, hey. Stop. Okay. In Blackwood, it was, you know, half Black Marsh, half Cyrodiil. But the thing is, though, it's like I had like theories about it being like a big government conspiracy with like an ancient Argonian cult. You know, like have like the Empire be connected to some ancient Argonian lore. But no, Argonians like weren't important at all. They barely played any part. Keshu was cool, obviously. So it's like, I can imagine they might do that to the Bosmer this year. Maybe. However, the thing that, the glass, the mirror, no, it's not a mirror. I'm just gonna say the stained glass. I have it somewhere around here. Is it this? Yeah. Okay, so this, this thing is a promotional, Ninja Pulse put this together, by the way. But this is basically a promotional puzzle that we got. Various content creators got pieces in the mail, and each piece apparently means something important from what we can see. I don't really know how it exists in the lore yet, but I can read a lot of these symbols, especially with all the new information that we've gotten. But like, you know, the icon on the right is Skingrad, the blue icon on the right, and then I heard someone, I think, using a clock for this. So we're gonna go 5 p.m. at 5 o'clock. You can see this. I guess it's probably the symbol for Vashabar. I'm gonna assume it looks like a Bosmeri symbol. It looks like a seed of some kind. So I'm gonna assume it's Vashabar. So it's like Skingrad and Vashabar are the two main cities. You see they're kind of grouped together. The lamp, I have no idea. No one really does, I don't think. On the very far right, at 9 o'clock, you can see a Mages Guild logo-looking thing that's going to be related to the scribing line, which is going to be the new kind of gimmick. There is going to be a lore involving who I'm assuming is Shalador's wife. Pretty pretty exciting. I'm gonna choke on this McDonald's sauce. Hold on. At 10 o'clock, actually no, it's like at 11 o'clock, you can see Hermaeus Mora's eye, right? So that's obviously Hermaeus Mora is going to be important. And then at 1 o'clock, people assume that's related to Mephala. It might be, but it also kind of looks a little bit, I don't know. I've seen some Athalia-like motifs that kind of look like they might look like that. But it could be Mephala. We don't know. You don't know why you hate Shalador? He's not as smart as everyone in Tamriel says he is? Well, it depends on how smart they... I mean, he is pretty impressive. But he also has his obsessions, and his wife literally left him for because he was obsessed with Rivea. So I'm guessing that we're going to probably get some lore involving like maybe why she left him, or what she did after she left him, or maybe what she did before she left him. I don't know. But I think it'd be interesting to see where she goes after she just walks away. I mean, props to her though, you know, because, you know, when you're so obsessed with something that that your relationship doesn't work, you just need to walk away. I mean, like, if you can't make it work, right? I think she made the right choice. You'd expect scribing to be like a thing with Winterhold, though, right? Isn't it weird? You'd expect them to make a Winterhold chapter and then save scribing for that. Because you'd have Shalador lore, maybe even introduce, like, the Ice Fortress. I kind of expected them to do that. I expected them to do, like, Ice Fortress and everything, but I don't know now. Now it just kind of seems like they wanted to just kind of do scribing and it's like the odds of them going back to that topic of Shalador is probably incredibly unlikely. Unless they want to do Black Marsh next year and then go up to Skyrim after that. I don't know. Because here's the thing about, like, about content in ESO, is that a lot of times I predict my content based on what the past content was. They don't usually like things to be too similar, right? So, for example, you wouldn't expect Gold Road to release after Blackwood, right? Because they're both Cyrodiil. They both have, like, Imperial stuff and Ayleid ruins everywhere. And I know they're different portions of Cyrodiil, but they still have a lot of similarities. So once you, like, start putting together the pattern of, oh, it's been like a decent amount of time since we've seen a bunch of Ayleid ruins, it's probably time to go somewhere with more Ayleid ruins. Like we haven't seen any since Blackwood, you know? Not including, like, any additional, like, prologue quest stuff. Because, I mean, like, High Isle didn't have any, and obviously the Telvanni Peninsula doesn't have any. So sometimes now it's like maybe next year we can expect to go somewhere with, maybe not Dwemer Ruins, because we did get some last year. But it's usually, like, distance is also a factor. They don't usually like to pick two places that are next to each other. You know, like, anytime there's a DLC, they usually make quite a big jump. You know? Like, some people wanted to go from Blackwood to an island off the eastern coast, and I was like, it's too close. We need to go somewhere else. Because, like, I mean, like, look, it's like you know, Orsinium dropped, and then like after Orsinium you go over here, and then Morrowind drops, and after Morrowind you jump all the way over here for Somerset, and after Somerset, you jump to elsewhere, which is probably the shortest jump, to be honest. And then up to Skyrim, and then Skyrim you go all the way back down again, like ping pong, to Blackwood. And then you jump all the way over here for the Sisters, and then we went all the way across the continent to Tonawani Peninsula, and then we're jumping all the way across again to go, you know, to go to the West Weald. So it's basically like, you know, I highly doubt next year would be Hammerfell, because Hammerfell would have Aelid Ruins and all that stuff, and they would probably say, it's too similar. I don't know. Because we get burnt out sometimes. Even I can get burnt out on Aelid Ruins after a while. Nope. Didn't want to do that. But yeah, you'd expect the scribing stuff to drop with Winterhold, because like Legends, obviously it's Legends, but like Legends say that Shalador like put it together in a whisper. It was either the College of Winterhold or Winterhold itself that Shalador is said to have been created. He created it with a whisper of his voice, probably just the tall tale, but I do think he was involved. I believe he was involved with the founding of the college. So I think the college would be there when we do visit. That'll be exciting. I think we have to visit at some point. But visiting, I think they would have to change the map, obviously. Unless they want to put it here. Which is kind of an annoying thought, but I guess they could try. Oh no, yeah, they'll totally do that. I think they might do that. That's kind of annoying, but I think they might actually do that. And then they like put Dawnstar here. I don't like to think about it. Oop. Alright, let's see what we've got. Oh my goodness gracious. What the heck? What the heck? Is this all the same guy? It's the same guy, each and every one. Like, okay, so like which one's real? Surely they're not all real.
Vampire! Go back to your coffin.
Okay, that one's fake. This one's fake. And... cool. Fun. Alright, fun. Oh, we're doing Sunspire then, I guess. Why is it called Sunspire if it's a temple to Alkosh and not Nigris? Answer me that. Hold on. We've got one heal. And three... no, sorry, we've got two heals now. I mean, one heal that isn't me. And then two... oh, would you look at that? We only have... I'm gonna guess the other one's a DPS, yeah. Okay, we've got 2 DPS and 2 heals. No tanks. That's what you really want. Obviously, because those dragons are gonna need someone to focus on. I'll open my crates tomorrow. Also not a tank. He went in, and now he went out. Anyway, does anyone have any other questions about the upcoming content? They showed off an armor set with, I think it's gonna drop in Bedlam Vale, I think. I could be wrong. Well, they showed a new armor set, and it really looks like it was made for me, and I want to pick it up. But I don't know what armor set I want to drop to get it back. Oh, sorry, I need to equip it. I know one of these sets that I'm using, I've used since probably 2020, you know? It's gonna be a crazy 4 years of using that same set, you know, on my main. My ping keeps jumping for some reason. Still no tank. We need that tank. It's Shovel Knight! Oh my god.
I'll just keep at it, I suppose.
This place actually splashes these days. The game is playable. Wait. I don't know. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. People don't seem to want to stay. But as long as I'm not lead, I don't mind hanging around.
I've had about enough of this. They can't pay me enough to protect these caravans. You're telling me. You know what attacked us the other day? Warriors made out of stone. How are you supposed to fight such creatures? Parts of the middle of the road rare.
I actually got Morrowind running on OBS. It was not easy. I run Morrowind on Steam, and it doesn't let you window out. So if you can't window out, then the question is, how do you get OBS to recognize what it is, right? Now, you could always do detect, like, just record your screen. I didn't want to do that. Especially since it would, like, window it and make it a weird shape. So what I did was, I was playing Morrowind, and then I made a source for it. Hold on. What? No, not this. This is actually the source right here. So I made a source for it. And I made it, like, I added this Morrowind-like background, right? Because Morrowind as a whole doesn't have the right, like, aspect ratio, the resolution, to fill up the entire screen. So I had this to, like, fill in the gaps, right? And I started up the game, and I, opened my Steam overlay, which frees my cursor. If my cursor's free, that means that I can wander over to OBS. And in OBS, I asked it to detect Morrowind while it was open, and make a game source for that. So I had it do that, and so now whenever I like start up Morrowind, it'll start it up in here, and I don't have to worry about windowing out because that's a pain. I haven't actually streamed it. Not in a long time. Not on this PC. I streamed it on my old PC. This is a new format, new streaming software. So yeah, I could see if it does well. I had a guy pay me once to play Morrowind. I was playing Morrowind and he's like, "You're playing Morrowind. I like that game." And so he paid for my lunch. That was fun. Well, I mean, this group is starting to scare me. So the set that I want is a set that, I forget what it's called. You know, I'm actually gonna fetch it.
Can't give you
I'm gonna
anything
fetch it for you
these.
guys.
No, listen.
I'm gonna give you a visual.
My family is well respected in Stormhaven. I can get you lots of valuables. I just need to get out of Craglorn.
I hear the Gold Coast Trading Company needs caravan guards.
Don't you have any heart at all?
You want to cry me a river? Go ahead. Maybe you can float out of Craglorn.
Sorry, that was my notifications. If by happenstance you used Telegram, that was not yours. That was mine. Okay. So here we go. I'm going to show you guys a new armor set that's going to be dropping with Bedlam Veil. Bedlam Veil drops on PC on Monday, I think. Let me get the image. It should be this one. Alright, so this is a new set. Obviously it looks pretty cool. It's Athelia based, right? So you've got like the Athelia crystals and stuff that kind of look like her wings, like on the mace here. You've got like their eyes are covered because this is going to be like the Blind Path, which is a group connected to Athelia. But you can see that these crystallized wings are very. That's her motif. That's something that you're going to be seeing a lot. You can see it also on the shield, right? We just had someone removed from the group. I guess they were offline. You can also see the crystallized wings here. So yeah, you can see it. You can see it a lot of places. The staff kind of looks like closed wings, to be honest. Anyway, aesthetically it is pretty cool. But for once, I'm actually going to look at the mechanical and not the aesthetical. And here we are. This is the Blind Path Induction set. It has some Maximum Metrica, which is okay. I've got a lot of it already. I would prefer if it was Recovery, but you know. It says that you have 3 pieces. It adds 4% healing done, which is always a bonus. The 5 stack increases the strength of your damage shields by 13% to targets 15 meters or closer to you. Now, for me, this is a big deal because I use Reviving Barrier religiously. So my damage shields, I use them quite often. I think I also get one if I use Life Giver, but that's important to me.
Look,
it increases your healing done by 13%.
Get in
right?
line. Half the patricians of Elenir came to Belkart to sell their valuables. Must be pretty bad.
Now, increasing my healing done by 13% to targets more than 15 meters away from you. So, essentially, it's like, oh, if people are close, they get a buff by your damage shields. If people are far, they get a buff for your healing. And those are always things that I encounter. People are always either too far away, or I get close to them and use my shields. So, yeah, I just think it really works for me. I don't really know what I'm gonna give away yet. But I gotta, it has to be something. Because I want that 5 stack buff. I think it might have to be Winter's Respite. I do lose some magical recovery though. It's rough. It's really rough. It's for the first time I'm like, well, no, sorry, the second time, I'm actually starting to like be really unsure about if I want to keep a set or drop a set. I could just like, you know, I could just make it an alt set and stick it in my armory, I guess. Oh, look, someone's selling Indrix. Still no tank. No big surprise there. Yeah, I'd be losing a little bit of recovery to get it. So it's like my resources are gonna take a hit a little bit, but my output is gonna be more, I think. Didn't we one tank Sunspire? This is a normal Sunspire, right? People might be more apt to join if we just ask for one tank. I mean, to my knowledge, you just need one tank, right? I mean, guard the dragon, healer keeps them up. Hold on, do we have a tank now? Oh, we do. Okay, we might be in luck. No, the darn route. I guess we got a Ember taking over for a DPS. This is an Aetherian archive, so it should be okay. Khajiit. By the way, you can buy those doors. That door, you can buy it from a merchant in, I think like an achievement merchant or something, in Rimmen. I think the achievement you need is just normal Sunspire or something. Because I've never done anything but normal Sunspire. I've never even touched that. I don't think. So, like, if you want that door, I think it costs like 100k. But I have 2 of them, and I think they're definitely worth it. Because you can turn off the glow if you don't like it. You can leave them open. They're very cool. Ah, I've been maimed. My damage is reduced. What am I going to do? I'll only be able to do a little bit of damage. Wait. Are we going right first? Whoa, this is weird. I don't think I've ever gone right first. I think in every single Sunspire I've ever done in my life, I've always gone left. This is weird. I hope we keep doing it. I hope we don't turn around. Come on. Right. No. I wanted to go right. We can't win. Nah. I don't know. I'll never know what it's like. Just wanted to break the mold, man. But it's definitely faster to do it this way, I think. So. One of us is offline. There you go. That's not bad. Huh. I don't remember seeing that. Flying Sentrat. Sentrat flying. You know, on the gauntlets on his shackles around his wrists, it says bound, which I guess makes sense. They're shackles. But I was like, what does that say? Loki time.
Now you will learn the way of joy.
I believe in us. Okay, now we search. I like to call this Treasure Road. Or I guess Gold Road. It would be funny. Poor Zeech was offline for a very, 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 very long time. That is why they were removed. It's not because of any personal reason. Oh wait, no, hold on. We're not on Treasure Road yet. We have to fight Loki. What the heck? I wasn't even thinking. Treasure Road's after Loki. I'm sorry.
On your knees. Gold bundles.
Okay, so this is honestly where it gets more useful to have two tanks. Because you can pull as many of the Atronachs into the storms as you want. But just having one tank is good. You just have to taunt a bunch. Okay guys, we have a problem.
Get out of my roost.
He does seem very tired. Ah! he was kind of pushing me around there. I'm sorry, I could have done that better. Can we have a res? Oh shit. We gotta stack. We're kind of spread out. We gotta stack up. Alright. Let's go. Come on.
You'll leave nothing but a crater and a stick. Gold bundles.
Ah! I was close. You gotta admit, I was close. There you go. Incoming! You know, I just noticed that was lightning. I guess it does make sense. I mean, he also summoned... Well, no, I don't know. He summoned the Storm Atros.
To stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. Here I
I'm a big fan of white dragons that can breathe lightning. I just gotta heal. Big boy incoming. He's just like me. I think I found my third favorite dragon. I never thought about it before.
I'll shout you into dust! Gold Manos!
That's an interesting shout. Okay, that should power us through.
Merciful Alkash! How is that possible?
Because they are not gods. We will no longer be their slaves.
How can he be Joan if I see Joan right there? Huh? Huh? You just gotta look up cats. This is Treasure Road. This is where everyone usually wants to start looking around. They're just exercising. They're just doing their jumping jacks. No reason to interrupt. Ow. Look around for more chests, I guess. Oh, goodness. You look so lonely. Let's keep him company. Yeah, there's always an HS up here. That's okay. Take your time. There's one up here, guys. He really seems focused on me. Okay, nice. Thank you for the taunt. Ah, God. Well, it was bound to happen. Don't pull. Don't pull. Don't pull the dragon, please. Don't pull the boss. Don't pull the boss. A little bit longer. Just a tiny bit longer. Any chests? No? Alright. We're going. Let's go! I gotta use the ladder. Hi. Thank you so much for waiting. I can be kind of a burden.
Dare enter my domain? Fools.
Oh.
Dispose of yourself.
Still have my car keys in my pocket. Yeah. There's Jode right behind you, bro. You can't fool us.
Be gone, vermin.
Am I a vermin?
Obey me, living flames.
Alright, now we gotta go.
Go to now.
Gotta move in.
Insisting
Oh, hi! Ah!
to stamp you out.
Okay, we all gotta stack. Oh my god, I rolled on accident. No, we gotta share the burden. It's not how it works, right?
Flames can feast on you. And blacken the sky with your smoldering corpses.
Now we gotta run. And move it back in. There he is.
But that won't last.
Someone's gotta get Crystal back up. No, hold on. No.
Burn them to cinders.
I got this, don't worry. Ah, no! Why did she walk right in front of me? she moved the flame right on top of me. Thank you. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have been there, I know. I just wanted to make sure that she wouldn't be left out. That's why I said, like, everyone stacking, so then I got as far away as possible. Wait a minute, that's a companion, that's not even... Oh my god. That was the companion that went down, not an actual player. No wonder. But then someone else went down that I was trying to res, right? I think so. Surely I would have realized if it was a companion, right? Right?
I'll tear you apart! Rise from the ash, servants of flame!
Great. Wow, I don't think I've ever died so fast on this part. Okay, that's on purpose. That's a blood port, right? We die so that we can appear back here. It's a speedrunning tactic. You know, never mind.
I'm warning you. If you dare profane Holy Alkash's temple, you would be done beyond all damnation.
This door is open, but I wasn't here during the opening animation, so it's just kind of a walkthrough door.
Glorious Alkash, your faithful are beset by these heretics. This one begs you to cast the wicked from this mountain once again.
I like how they're talking over each other.
You have brought me troubles. Forgive us, Indra. Spare your faithful from these heretics, and this one will spread word of Alkash's infinite mercy to every corner of the world. Yes. I have no use for mercy any longer. Kill them all.
Wow, this is quite a battle going on here.
Water spinned cats. There was nothing of the divine in their eyes. Only fear and obedience. Do not forsake us. I beg
Oh, here's black. It's just like
you.
my camera was clipping in.
Why?
To restore the natural order. To reclaim all that was and will be. To correct the mortal mistake.
You are no divine.
I will remind you. Dragons are gods in the flesh.
Oh wait, is this the tank's first time here? No, it's, okay, it's not the tank. I thought it was. I was like, what? I'll make sure to get him up though if he gets knocked down. Incoming! Oh wait, no, hold on, not yet. Sorry, false alarm. Now we run. Why are you talking about rings? Why now? Here goes. Ow! Holy shit! I honestly can't believe the thing killed me, normal or not. Ow. Don't get too close. Time stop incoming. Yep. Once he gets to a certain percentage, he's going to go through the final stage. And we just kind of burnt that point. Move him to the side. Ow! I should have been ready with my reviving barrier. Okay, I'm gonna actually move a little to the side. Use it now. I actually don't know if Tank got it. I'm actually unsure. Time stop. Okay. Don't worry, I got this. No big. Alright, this should be like right before the final phase, I think. I want to see if I can give this to everybody involved. Oh god. But I don't know if I'll make it. I'll try. Okay, perfect. I reviving barrier like as soon as he began final phase. And Tank did receive it. Pretty sure everyone else did too. For the most part. Ow! Hey! You're not supposed to be doing that. He ain't supposed to be doing that. We lost one. I'll help the Tank out. Okay, we're all here. Oh, there we go. Well done. They're looking for false gods any part. Okay.
Only to the blind. Do you see my scars now?
Forgive this one.
False god ring. Nazir wants the false god ring, and then Meg wanted any part. Okay, ring goes to there you go. And then who was it? Megarana wanted. Oh, okay. I don't think she meant to do that. Right? I mean, like, false god gloves. I've got one. I've got gloves. All I can really offer. Wait, no, hold on. I have hat as well. Hat. Okay. And then someone wanted Loki. Who wanted Loki? Oh, they're looking for Yolnacrin. Yolnacrin. I don't have any Yolnacrin. At least not that I can share.
These...
Yeah, see, that's Yolakern right there, but I can't share it because that is bound. Let's see if I don't have any of these. I ain't saying anything. Okay. So that's finished. Yeah, I've been collecting my crates. I should have had 8, but I opened 2 on Sunday.
My friend.
I think. So I've got 6. I'm not gonna do these now. I'll be doing them later. Like probably Saturday night stream. But I'm going to be leveling up my
friend.
I almost opened that crate. I'm going to be leveling up my new character a little bit after break, because I will be on break again. And then I'll be back. I return. Essendo Lagato. Hold on. There we go. There's been a stream of breaks. Alright, so these are my characters. 1. Chase the Giant Clouds, my Argonian Sorcerer, Magica Focus. 2. Kadara Do, my Dragon Knight tank. I think has a Magica Focus. Whistle Sweet Melodies, my Templar, has a Stamina Focus, I believe. Bertrand the Bull, my Nightblade, has a Stamina Focus. Samuel Dureni, Magica focused Ward and Healer. Whistles and Bertrand are both DPS. Trivia Knight. Oh, hold on. I forgot I had another Dragon Knight. My bad. Yeah, so I do have 2 Dragon Knights. Okay, I totally forgot. Yeah, Trivia Knight's a DPS Dragon Knight. Stamina Focus. Visvaste Necromancer Tank. Magica Focus. Losbara Oshul. Or, sorry, Azul. Is a Arcanist Tank. And Zulrabi. Well, I just know Azul and Zulrabi. Zulrabi is my Necromancer DPS. Gonna have a Stamina Focus. So a what do they call that? Necromancer, Stamcromancer? I don't know. But yeah, so I have 2 tanks. Like 3 DPS. Actually, no, 4 now. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Let me grab my hoodie. Alright, I'm back. I'll say a good way to level is just to kind of do quests as you find them. But I kind of want to do like delve quests because I know that like delves.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Can I get to Apocrypha really quick? No, okay, I'm gonna take the, I'm gonna take the Necrom way.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Thank you, Laramil. Laramil, I forgot where you live. Right here. All right, so this is a good way to get to Apocrypha without needing to port to someone or anything like that. Just head into this little area. You can pick and choose. Like, where do you want to start out? I'm gonna start out in this library section. I'm gonna go to delves and do those. Okay, now I just need to remember where delves are. I know that this is Choir's Wind, right? So we can head over there. I don't really have much on me at the moment. I don't have not much inventory space. I have enough. You know what? Yeah, so one of the hardest parts about, like, getting a new character is having to, like, reset everything all over again. In this case, like, setting your, you know, your name tags, your freaking camera settings, in my case, which are kind of specific. I don't think this is a quest.
I need to find someone to look into this.
How about you do it yourself? Now this is the best delve. Man, I should have grabbed that thing from the bank, some lava foot. I should have grabbed some of that. That would have helped a lot. I'm not using a lot of stamina right now as it is. I don't think it should be fine. So here's the cool thing about the Choir's Wind quest, Wind. Is that it actually centers around the actions of Marak. If you've played Skyrim, done the Dragonborn DLC, you know Marak pretty well. The thing is, though, they don't ever call him by his name, but you know who it is, right? Just by like little clues, which I find pretty nice. But I think it's like another plan by Marat to get out of here. Yeah. I could have also got... I dropped every single experience scroll I had into the bank. I should have picked that up too. I still could. I still could. I will. I'm gonna go to the Necron Bank. I'm gonna pick up what I need. I'll be back here. Because it's like, if I do this whole quest without the scroll, I could be doing it with the scroll, you know?
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Alright, we're back here. We're back here again. Make a right. This is the best city
Trying to decide
in
which
the franchise.
bed to use. You could go with the Nord, yes, but this is not Solitude. You're in Necrom, and Dark Elves have more experience running businesses in this city.
You're mean to your coworkers. Let's just go with the 100. Honestly, let's go ahead and pick 15 of these. And let's just pick up I mean, like, who else am I going to need to pick them up on, but... Yeah, not that. What else did I... Oh, Lavafoot. I'm really glad I had some. Okay, good. I got everything I needed.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
Fate can wait. That's not a Harada route. What the heck? Wait, hold on, I'm not on the scroll, dang it! I should have grabbed some Trirestos as well. Ah! Whatever. Do I have any Trirestos? Like, by default? No, I do not? Okay. Let's go ahead and... Let's just take a 100. I probably should have waited until I was inside, but whatever.
Disaster. Disaster. We're losing centuries of work.
Alright, I feel a lot more capable now. I'm glad the damage number's showing up. Does it affect how fast I level up skills, too? Oh, that was probably a bad idea. Yeah, that wasn't a good idea. Alright, blast bones time. Now I know you're thinking like, look, these are Magicka based abilities. I'm just kind of using them for now. I'm gonna see if I can find a stamina morph. I didn't take the buff, did I? Hold on. There we go. Alright, ready. Almost to level 6. Ah! Block in midair. I got another one. Am I supposed to like go behind that? Let's just do it the normal way. Whoa. Good job. Oh, and I missed. Trying to be fancy. Okay, so there's one down there, but it would be dumb to go down there, because then I can't easily get back up. Oh, that, yeah. Yeah, you're a monitor. I just can't help myself. It literally says monitor. Alright, you done? Thank goodness. Okay, this one I also have to go down. I guess, but not, like, as far down. Oh, wow. I have to go down 2 layers? Alright, hold on. Come on, come on. Oh, it's gonna see me. I'm not even doing the animation. Ah! Okay. Give me a bit. So then I would follow it this way, and then it goes up. This is on my level, though. No, wait, hold on. No, it's not. It's below me. So that means I need to go down anyway. Oh my god! No, 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 no. Come on, you don't see me, you don't see me. I had myself accidentally on walk. I wonder if I wasn't on walk, if I would fall right off the edge. Okay, there it is. Ow. Oh. I was gonna say, he ain't really fighting back. Hi. And boom. Alright, here it is. They're making like raptor noises. Okay. This is pretty A to B now. I just need to get to that point, right? This looks like it goes up gradually, which is what I'm looking for. I don't really know, though, if that's the actual path. It's the best lead I got, though. Oh. This goes up. Not really what I expected, but okay. More crows. What are you doing here? Again! Fine. I'll take every single one of you on the same time. Oh, okay. That's right. They're ciphers. Ah, that's well earned. Ah, my God, the Death Star. Well, I'm up here, so I'm on the right track. Well, I got some elixirs. Alright, so is there a stamina? Ah, there is! Converts into a stamina ability and deals poison damage. Guessing a necromancer ability counts towards the third cast. Okay. What does that remind me of? Reminds me of something. Oh. It reminds me of the dark crystal ability that sorcerers have. A little bit. Hell yeah. This ability, it deals bleed damage. Applying the hemorrhaging status effect. Enemies hit are off balance. Okay. You heal for about 3,500 health for the first enemy hit. Additional 1,180 for each additional enemy, up to 5 times. The healing of this ability scales off your max health. Okay. Perfect. I highly doubt there's a stamina blast bones, you know, but I'm taking all I can get, really. Way better. Couldn't even read the handwriting. Oh! Really? I gotta wait until he leaves now. Okay. I was gonna do arms crossed, but okay. Now it's a straight path down this incredible looking hallway. No, that's I'm thinking like I was gonna say Stamfly, but that's not what they call Stam the Necromancers. What do they call? What do you call a Stam and Necromancer?
Get away from me! I'll kill you all!
A Stam Crow, right? That's it, Stam Crow. That's what they say. That's what the cool kids say, right? Get my health back. Good stuff. Remember, like, when Necrom came out, you could, like, read no bookshelves? I remember being like, what's the point? You can't read any bookshelves. There. I need things that give me stam.
You've returned. I was worried the lurkers got you. I was beginning to fear the word. I must examine this and see if there's a way to undo the effect. I think I might wait a while.
Now, I forget what they call Marok in this quest. I think like the Dragon Face or something. They never actually call him by name. It wouldn't be in my lore library, but they call him like the first something. It's not Oracle, no. The first servant is what they call him here. First servant. I didn't level up from that, but yikes, maybe I should have stayed in there and just grinded a little bit longer. I need to find enemies. 'Cause I'm on a scroll. guess I could discover this for what it gives me. There we go. She sounds so happy. This seems to be like healing stuff. I need to hold on to my skill points. I know this is a world boss. Sorry. Sorry. Wait, did I do all my endeavors? Trying to remember. Yes, I did. Weekly. I'm making progress with this character. It's kind of what I was planning on. Over the weekend, make progress as I level up with Zarati. I was even trying to figure out which one was him. I gotta approach this from a different angle. Yeah, I only saw like one person there. And I don't want to be standing there and then walk away. Well, there's no one here aside from them. Draco catalog. I think Disquiet study. Oh, it's over here. Huh. I win. Oh, it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough. I thought my, like, bleeding effect would get him, but... Okay, can I get... Okay, I've got 30 minutes.
Cut it out, Worm, or I'm going to slap the pages out of you.
I think I did this one on
Mother always said
my
I was
Arcanist to
good at
level
making friends.
them up.
Wait.
Hi, Enchantress. Been lurking. Night. You've been here slash not here. Alright, oh my god! I forgot to take performance map. My bad.
Looks like it seems legible. That's that. We'll meet you inside.
Here we go.
If the map guides you to my adventure novels, Worm's dusty science books, and our dear mom's favorite histories, well, we're on the right track. I think we should split up and shout to one another if we find them. What a mess.
And yeah. Satisfying.
We'll meet you on the other side.
That was not what I meant to hit. Well, here's somebody. I always knew it was you.
How my brother gets anything done in here. I lost my finger to some biting satire back there. This looks promising. Oh, I'd recognize that spine anywhere. Now, how are we supposed to get to it? I might have just a thing.
They just ran up
Here.
to me.
Shouldn't be too dangerous, right? That's quite frosty out of its case. Now, ever so gently, take the rhyme shard and...
Got it.
Oh, I mean, it's supposed to do that. Now hurry. Grab the book before the effect wears off.
That was not the book. I'm sorry. This is the book. There we go. Got it.
Hurry back before you and the
Not one of these tomes will escape my grasp.
Well, I took it.
not burnt to for as long as I've known him.
Next up is... Let me tell you, I'm not going to be skipping dialogue when I do Elsewhere again. Because it's been so long since I've done Elsewhere. And also I need to record data for the UESP. Ah! This is one that's in pieces, right?
Sure were full of themselves, weren't they, Vorm? Is this it, Vorm? Just a little light reading? Wait, what happened to the pages? Have a look around, friend. See if you can find them. If you find something boring, probably on the right track.
Obscure formula.
Vorm seems excited about that one.
Convoluted dependencies, complex graphs.
I think that's it. Let's get this book back together. Hey, looks good as new. Well, all things considered. Anyway, grab that boring book and let's get going.
Is there an easy way to get up there? Not easy. Oh, that's lovely.
I need healing!
Oh, there he goes. Cancel level up. Gotta move quick. And yet here I am, spending all my time.
Spread out! I need it!
I go through this door. It's fine, that was safe. Yeah, that didn't work.
From me.
That's the Delve boss, which this is not.
Reveal your doom.
Okay, this should be the Sky Shard.
This knowledge shields me from your feeble attacks.
Here we go. I'm pretty sure it's this one over here.
This isn't what I meant when I said you needed to grow a spine, Lorm.
Yeah, I think this is it.
Sounds familiar. Yeah, I remember now. Mother would read these stories to us as kids. Even swapped out the names for hours.
I don't know where she is. I'm gonna wait for the boss. I've got time. Not quite there yet. The aesthetics are just really well done. This is a good picture. Oh yeah, look at that. It's an Ayleid statue. You can even see this. This looks like this would be like what it would be on. This is like the base of it. I think. Definitely Aelin. They like to draw slaves. Dwemer pipes? They clink. That's all they do. This is odd. Where is he? Hello? It's been 4 minutes. You definitely should have responded by now. Come on. I want that extra EXP. Well, you know what? Hold on. I should be picking up some bad guys. Maybe he won't spawn while I'm looking. I don't think I got any EXP for that. There you are, buddy. All-seeing. I couldn't see you when I was over here.
Consume every word of your story. From this ink, I draw my strength.
I got help. Goodness gracious. Wow, okay. Thanks. Yeah, sure. I don't get as much EXP, but still. No, actually, I'm gonna keep the EXP buff.
All right, brother. I'm just going to lay these out. The rest is up to you.
There he is.
Quite the mess you got yourself into.
Books don't need to breathe, but it sure feels good to breathe again.
Hey, what happened to the books? I was going to read Blackscale again.
Blackscale? That garbage is printed en masse. Planar formulae was one of a kind.
Oh no, what a loss that is. It's good to have you back, brother.
That is a major loss.
And it's good to see you too, sister.
I really wanted to read that.
Thank you. And thanks to our new friend as well.
Wait, can you read Planar Formula? I forget. What did it say? Hold on. Oh, hi. You are my destroyer. You shall present the good king my head and marry Princess Matilda. You should take over their lands. This doesn't sound like, this doesn't sound chivalrous at all. This sounds rude. Also, your intentions are caught on stream. And the good king is one of my many watchers. So, your plan is kind of out there now. Okay, let's see. Planar Formulae of the First Age. Can you actually read that? Planar Formulae of the First Age. No, it doesn't look like you could actually read it. I really wish I could. You know, say you were a smart politician. Well, I want to get to level 10 before I'm done here. So let's go discover some things, I guess. The Zigil Rostrum. Huh. This person broke into Artaeum, into Capora Tower, lied his way into the Right Master's personal library, found an ancient man. How easy is it to make your way into the Psijics? They need some security. They need some Psijic security. Aberrant stars. What's aberrant mean? Deviant. Huh. Aberrant stars. Is that like an unstar or something? I don't know. Ah, my scroll's running. Forgot. Sorry, Xandar, can't finish your quest in enough time.
Another one. Thing.
You have an intelligent look about you. A moment of your time.
I need to grab this way shrine. Face me in violent bloody combat, which you will utterly and totally zap. Overconfidence. Ah, a little bit,
Fate
but
needs you.
not much.
This doesn't agree with process.
Another one. Thing.
Well, this also won't give me much.
You have an intelligent look about you. A moment of your time.
Sorry. Sorry. Ow. Ow. Okay, great. Yeah, fine. Just eat me. That's okay. Almost there. I can't fight you. Found it. Sky Shard nearby too. Now is your alter ego safely contained within the vault? How often do they escape the vault? Is this like a yearly thing? Weekly? Every day you're afraid, crafty fool, one day you shall feel them from your mind forever. That sounds annoying. Ah, here we go again. Come on. Come on. Ten. Not too terribly hard, if you ask me. Gotta catch the book. I can't reach it. Get the book. It won't let me grab it. What kind of sick game is this? Hold on, wait, I heard an enemy. I think? No, it might have just been the wind. Literally the whirlwind. Three more minutes. Anyway, I should be doing the USP stream today, but it might be a bit shorter. Maybe like an hour or something instead of 2. I'm gonna be going over the Lore Master's archive. I haven't read it before, so I'm gonna be kind of going into it blind and trying to give my input, I guess. See what I can find in there. I'm not the most skilled with like Daedra, but I'm okay, I guess. Two minutes. Perfect. One and a half. Yeah, this is the special area here. I think you might only be able to go up here if you've done the main quest. I actually don't know. Hey, neat! Wait, I haven't done the main quest on this character, so of course not. Maybe it's still, like, unlocked because I have on another character? I don't know. It looks weird, though. It's like you can't even see a floor. "30 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! That's a whole scroll right. That was 100% right there. But you know what? It was worth it. I went up quite a bit. I got more than I expected out of that. It's gonna get harder as time goes on, but 10 is technically a fifth of the way there. It's just not the same struggle throughout. No one's even at the Rune Master Acropolis? Ah. Fine. It's a silent night.
Fate needs you, Proxy.
So worried that you put another scroll in your mouth earlier, you could go blind or worse, loreless? Well, here's the deal. If someone did put another scrolls in their mouth, they'd actually be okay. Like if a dragon put another scrolls in their mouth, they'd probably be fine. I mean, you only go blind if you read it. Sorry, that's not even fully true. You only go blind if you understand it, right? So, if you like opened up an Elder Scroll in front of like your average farmer or something, he'd just be like, "That just looks like a bunch of squiggly lines," you know. It wouldn't affect him at all because he can't understand it. If someone could read it and understand it, then they start to lose their sight. You know. And as smart as I am, I don't know how to read an Elder Scroll. I'm not talented enough. I have no idea where to start, you know? They're like the most complex things ever. I'm not a moth dragon, though. Moth priests are nerds. But yeah, I mean, like, Moth priests go out of their way to understand the scrolls, knowing that they're gonna go blind, right? They, like, literally work hard to go blind, but in return for knowledge. You've read another scroll, what does it say? I spoke of you watching my stream. Well, that was a possible outcome, and it did happen. It did come to pass. Stop. Look at this handsome fellow. What sword style is that, you think? It's nice.
Adventurers wanted. Apply here.
The tribunal pays well.
If you're willing to work, I'm ready to hire.
Just gotta get that done, you know, just cuz. Imagine if I was on a scroll and I got like 2 levels for that. Anyway, new dungeons are coming out on Monday. So anyone that this is for PC. PC new dungeons Monday. I'll be doing them though on Friday, a week from now. But yeah, I'll deconstruct. I'll see what I can learn from him. That's when things really begin, really. Because, you know, we haven't had anything going on all year in terms of, like, moving forward with the plot. I mean, like, I guess Infinite Archive had a little bit, Where'd this person come from? Infinite Archive had a bit. But, for the most part, the plot hasn't developed since June of last year. So that's been a while.
I'll never be able to master these machinery processes.
Eternal Archive just felt like filler to you, though.
Fascinating.
We can't say Eternal Archive, or we will get sued. I don't think Infinite Archive was filler. I think Infinite Archive was done. It was done to be like an extra boost for the game. Infinite Archive definitely did more for the game on release than if they released a Zone DLC. I dare say. Because for a lot of people, it's just like, okay, another zone, another quest, you know. But people want a challenge. People have been wanting single-player challenges forever. And Infinite Archive came out and became that challenge. And everyone was like, okay, now we're happy. You know, for people who cared about that kind of stuff. Me, I can barely touch it. EA doesn't own letters or words. They can go shrimp themselves in tater sauce. No, well, I don't mean EA. I was listening to the ESO Lorecast, and Lotus of Doom was talking about a theory that he heard from other people, and I think that this theory might be correct. So, I'll give you a second. I just gotta pour this out. So, here we go. Now, it's not EA, but what if I told you that it was Sega instead, right? So, it turns out that in around the same time that Eternal Archive came out last year, Sega had released a game called Eternal Dungeon. I don't know if it plays the same way. I don't know if it's a roguelike. But I think that there was like a copyright involved in it in terms of Eternal being used for like a long dungeon format or something or other. And they either didn't want any problems or they ran into a problem. Again, just theory. But I mean, like, when you have Sega releasing a game called Eternal Dungeon around the exact same time, and it sounds like a very similar kind of style game, you can probably see how that might cause some issues. Whether there's a copyright or not, I don't know. But that's a theory that some people had. So it might have actually been Sega. Last ones I would have guessed. Where it's going to be copyrighted. If that was the case, every creative ever would be sued. I've heard of copyrighted words, but not like, it's not like you can't use the word eternal, right? It's more like the context that at least I think makes it more of a case for court, right? It's like the context makes it feel like that lawyers would have a bit of a case. It'd be very hard for Sega to win, like near impossible. Yeah, but who needs the drama anyway?
I took time away from work to explore Necrom, but I'm afraid I didn't give myself enough time. I'd stay for the rest of the season if I could. Have you been inside Necrom's catacombs yet? I've heard such marvelous things about them. So much history lies just beneath this city. I really do admire the traditions here in Necrom. I hope my own descendants treat me with as much respect as these Dunmer treat their ancestors.
My friend Ragbara here was hoping to take a tour of the catacombs. I'd be happy to guide you too, but I'm afraid they've been closed lately. Perhaps tomorrow?
She's been there since June, 2 seasons of Baz. I'm just sitting here thinking, I don't remember her being there. I don't remember either of them being here.
Ah, I was just explaining to Ragbara here about how we visit the ancestors and bring them presents so they know we haven't forgotten about them. I suppose our ways are strange to folk of other lands. Good day, Suryo. Stranger in town? I'll be happy to show you around Necrom for a little coin, just as soon as I finish up with my current client.
How's coin?
She has a lot of questions about the ways we honor our ancestors.
I've finally found it! I've spent weeks searching every marker and memorial in Necrom for this tomb. The missing branch of the Lothar family ended up here. My genealogical research is complete.
Also, Weather Orc content, hooray or yay. It's funny, I had someone that posted on Twitter today or yesterday about being annoyed at all the Orc content. Like, more Orc stuff. I was like, come on, like, the Orcs get the short end of the stick, which is also how it is in lore, but it's kind of sad.
These Dunmer genealogies are fascinating, fascinating. No one pays more attention to their ancestry. So many stories are preserved here. Oh, I'm sorry. Please don't let me get in the way of your mourning. I'm a scholar with an interest in family trees, not a friend of the deceased. I can wait until you're finished.
There's a grit here in Necrom that I found nowhere else. It's like a mix between sand and chalk powder. Gets in your boots and stockings so easily. Excellent for my next soap experiment.
Maybe it's ash.
They have mushrooms that taste like my mother's cheese here. That's all I've been eating since I got here.
I do not remember you being here at all.
There's a grit here in Necrom that I...
Are there, maybe I didn't spend enough time before the main quest or something? I don't know. Do they leave? So there could be an Iron Orc themed zone? You don't see how many unless they do Whiterun? They'll do Whiterun at some point, no doubt. I was just talking about, like, if they do Winterhold, which will probably be like... That'll be like the same year. What the heck? Winterhold will probably be the same year as Whiterun. Well, it might be the same DLC, but I kind of like it to be a small DLC. Or it could be inverse. Because they could make Winterhold as big as they want. Ow.
You look like you're in need of a ship.
Oh, neat.
You can charter mine. Just name your destination.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind getting a Mournhold Way Shrine. If I didn't already have it, I don't know. I doubt it. Iron Orcs are kind of in a weird spot where they lived in mountains between Cyrodiil and Skyrim. Oh, like the Geralt? The Geralt Mountains. I guess. I think this is a lot of orc love right now. This might be it for a little while. Honestly, I'm surprised they managed to fit this in. Like orcs are having a whole, this is like the orc month. And I didn't expect them to do this at all. Part of me is wondering if they're going to be doing this all year. Like, if they're going to do, Orsinium is March, and then Vardenfell is April, and then Somerset is, May. I don't know if they want to do small DLCs, but I'm wondering, if that's going to be their idea. Not necessarily giving away the DLCs for free or anything, but maybe, some themed rewards. I don't know. It'd be kind of nice. Because, let's think, it starts at March, right? So let's think about this. March, April. April is Morrowind. And then, let's see, how many chapters do we have? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chapters so far. Going on 8. So that would mean if we started... we would have some months extra, I guess. I don't know. I think it would be kind of fun if they had, each month had a different theme, reward themes, maybe some crates given out to people. That's fine, you'll just have to post 3 times your content. Oh my god.
You are the one I seek.
No. I know where this leads.
Hold! Speak to me before entering Mournhold, citizen.
Nope. I had the Lotus Plague, everybody. I had the Lotus Plague. Just run it in.
I've got what you need.
But yeah, so yeah, we're gonna be getting Oathsworn Pit. It's gonna be orc themed. If I recall correctly, Bazrag is gonna be there. Haven't seen him since Hrothgar Drap. Orsinium. Which was a lifetime ago. And I didn't even do Orsinium until 2019. Yeah, they're all freaking out about the virus. Don't listen to the media. They're trying to get us to wear masks. Well, not like the mask I'm wearing, but you know. Is in your very biased opinion the best chapter or pre-chapter? I heard someone call it Chapter 0, which I think it's a funny name. I like it. Chapter 0. Look at all these instantaneous ports. Is there one that goes to Rimmen? I mean, there's Senchal, but I'd like Rimmen to be honest, but okay. Oh yay. House dress, my favorite. Chapter 0 Orc political intrigue plot. It's like political religious intrigue, which is the best. Very fun conceptually. It was gritty, it was brutal, it was interesting. I liked it.
So much to do.
Yeah, look, Drez farmer. Like, the Argonians are just farmers. Farmers, right. Oops. Oops. Sorry, guys. Oh, I can't go in there. Huh. Really? Ah, that was my Discord. Sorry. Yeah. Did I just tripped you out because you just logged into Discord? Yeah, I mean, like, I know I should mute it, but I'm a bad streamer. Like a terrible streamer. Sorry. I mute, like, everything but my Discord, because I rarely get Discord messages. That's not something I really do. Like, all my channels are muted, except for maybe one. And I think they have to @ me. I guess maybe I should lower my... Nah, that'd be complicated. You're just like, wait, I haven't even typed anything yet? I hadn't typed anything either. I just got a response from a text from last night. I could have got that sky shard. Alright, let's go back. Sorry. Sorry. Anyway, this is my first new character in, let me think. 9 months? Maybe? Somewhere around 9 months, I'd say. Maybe 8 months? I don't make new characters lightly at all. For me to make a new character, it's basically like... It's almost like... It feels like a birthday to me. Because it's like every single one of my characters needs to be CP and have some kind of build. You know, some kind. Whether or not is like what I'm going to stick with. It's at least something like a foundation, an idea. Like, oh, you got all your armor sets and your monster set and your CP is set. Right, and your skills are good, and you have your styles. That's kind of like the checklist that people need to check off before I make a new character. And my Arcanist has been done for a while, I believe, and so I was like, I should make. I think this is character number 8. So yeah, far too many characters. Yeah, this is 8 for me, and I think so, at least. And, that's after, let's see, how many years of playing? 6 years? About 6 years? Like 5.5? Oh, I got losted. Oh, yeah, I mean, also, before I make a new character, like, after my old characters are all, at least mostly done, I need to have the idea for the new character. I don't just kind of make them on the spot. Like, I have to think about the character for maybe a week or so, right? So I, like, have the general idea, and I get down the backstory, I put down the name, I put down the color motif, I put down, like, what I'd want the main attribute to be, like a Stam Necromancer in this case. So I do all that, like, beforehand. And then I'm like, okay, I'm good to go. Right? And so then I take a long time making the character, and then start the character, and then I get all my, then I have to redo all my controls. You know, it's like, I need to set all these keybinds and whatnot that I have for all my other characters. So yeah, it's a big thing for me. I put a lot of effort into, like, when it happens. Now, something that I've done before is, like, I like a character to feel unique, So I kind of keep in mind, like, what I see from characters around me and what I see the least and what I see the most, and what you don't usually see are some of the more restrictive, pieces that you can wear. For example, a weapon that can't be dyed, or a adornment that obviously can't be dyed, something like that. A lot of people don't like to wear those because you can't dye them, or they need to fit with your build perfectly, like aesthetically. So in this case, I built this around the mask, right? So the mask was the key point, and everything else pretty much followed. It was like I want to see if I can make an outfit that matches that to the best of my current ability. I did the same thing with Visquiste, who wears the Boglight, the funerary mask, and I designed his color scheme off of that mask. The red, green, and like brown or whatever. That he has that motif because that's what the mask has, and therefore it makes it look like I dyed the mask, but I didn't, because you can't. I think you can technically, like, Prophet Staff dye it, but it looks odd. I forget. It might only be client side. You don't think you've seen any Argonian closely looking like Leaf? The Khajiit looks really... Oh, thank you. A little bit more. I forgot to say I was live. Oops. Not that it matters. No one in my Discord checks anyway. So, since I had this mask thing going on, I was like, okay, well, if I want to do this mask, because the mask looks cool, I was like, well, okay, I think technically the very starting point for the character was this thought of, like, I was thinking of, like, going for a, somewhat of a multiple identity Moon Knight kind of a thing going on, with like having various souls that possess the same body at different times. So more of a magical edition, and you know, that kind of thing. I was gonna do that, but I decided like it'd be kind of difficult to play as that character, because I feel like I would constantly be needing to like shift motifs and shift designs to feel like it meant anything. I'd be like, okay, well, you know, like, here's the more lighthearted edition of the character, so I need to change into my lighthearted outfit, things like that. And I was like, yeah, it's a little bit tedious, and I kind of have that with Whistles a little bit, where she, like, changes her look depending on if she's gone crazy. So I decided, okay, so instead of doing that, I am going to have this character be essentially be like, I was thinking, what can you canonically do with an Animus, like as a soul? Canonically, you can't shear a soul in two and make a clone, I don't think, because there was a necromancer that tried and ended up killing himself. So I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do the opposite, where two become one soul. And I didn't really know if that was possible outside of like an oversoul situation. So instead, I came up with the idea that both souls still exist, but essentially it's like a Venn diagram. Both souls exist, but only one, like the crossover between the two is what's visible. Right? She's the crossover, despite the fact that both of them still technically exist, because I didn't want to delete an Animus, and I didn't want to duplicate an Animus. I wanted to have them cross over, and that's where Zalrabi comes from. Zalrabi is like... she's like a Venn diagram. That's a good way to put it. Because I was like, I take character creation very seriously about like, does this work? Does this work or does it not? Because if it doesn't work, then I just don't feel comfortable playing the character. And I'm the same way with mods. That's why I don't mod. That's why I don't like mod any other Souls games. Because I'm like, does this work? It better work. And it's like, can I be the judge of what works? Of course, a lot of people might think that sounds restrictive and annoying, but it all depends on who you are and what your importance is, right? It's all about what you perceive as what's important. I'm gonna go, yeah. I don't know. I have training on the other one, but I have to give up training at some point, so. Maybe I could make some stuff on... I could, like, get on clouds and make some stuff. Anyway, so for Zalrabi, I wanted to go with more of a... Like, she's not, like, a bad person. I didn't want her to be a chaotic person, because Visquiste is already that character for me. Visquiste is already my, like, Thieves Guild, Dark Brotherhood. He does bad things, and he also does good kind of things. That's my character. Zalrabi is more just like she's a necromancer, but she's not necessarily a bad person. But she doesn't know if she's a bad person or not, because her entire thing is your classic identity crisis. Your classic. I was born from very strange circumstances, and I'm not entirely sure what to think of myself, because it's like half of me was born from a sadistic necromancer, and the other half of me was born from a merciful priest. And so it's like, well, which part is me? Am I both? Am I half? And so that, honestly, the whole like priest thing that was all born from the mask. Because as soon as I saw the mask, I was like, okay, well, it's half and half, right? Half is covered, half is not. I was like, I would need a reason for this character to be wearing a Velothi mask, right? Like, what reason would this character have to wear such a thing? It looks cool, sure, but I feel like it's too culturally important. So I was like, okay, well, let's make half of her a Dunmeri priest, right? Who's part of the Tribunal Temple. It's like, okay, that would explain why she would be choosing to wear that. Would be to represent that half of herself. I kind of like to think that that most of her attributes come from the priest, and like most of her physical attributes come from the necromancer. But it's not as clear cut as that. It's just kind of like the general vibe. Because I like to think she's mostly a good character. She doesn't necessarily want to do dark things, but she's always thinking like, what if I do? Because I was a necromancer. Neat. Now, the outfit, I didn't really know what to do for her color scheme. I just knew that I wanted gold, right? Because I was like, it has to include gold, because otherwise the mask isn't going to work. You can't dye the mask, so it needs to be gold. And there's probably better golds I could use that I don't have yet. Divine looks a little bit milky, but I don't know. It's good though. But my idea was there needs to be something to go for gold. And I decided, I was like, well, I don't know what to go for. It can't be red, right? Because, like, red and gold is kind of what Whistles has. Purple and gold, Whistles also wears purple when she's in her other form. And so I was like, I don't really know what to do. And I was sitting at work, like, I don't know what color to choose, because I'm going through all these colors. I'm like, white and gold, no. Because I didn't want to go for, like, a purity look. I wanted her to be white furred, so I was like, eh. Black and gold I can't do because I already have that for Betrothed. And so I was like, I was looking at a tree and I was like, how about brown? I was like, what if I do a brown and gold, like a dark brown? And I think it looks good. Especially with, like, the Fang Lair and Sarthal styles I chose. Gives her, like, that I've been living in an ancient ruin vibe, almost. Man, is this on the cliff? Is it? Wait, no, hold on. I don't think there's a cliff there. See, this should work. Yeah, that does work. There we go. I went to 11. That was beyond what I expected to do. Now I get the restos. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's put these here. I don't know, put these, I don't know, here. No. Now, as for like the Fang Lair chest piece and all that, I was thinking, hey, you know what? You know what? I don't have a sexy character. I'm gonna go with a sexy character. Aside from Chases, obviously. I like the very light metal with like the heavy leather at the bottom, especially like the boots. There's just like so much heavy leather going on down there. I haven't made a... it's probably obvious that I haven't made a character in a long time. It's like a feeling that I don't allow myself to have very often. I think the more conservative I am with it, the better it feels to me, because it's like, it's not like something I do all the time. It's something that I restrict myself to doing unless it's like really important. And I think this was just about the right time that I make another one.
What do you want?
Honestly, I don't know. It's just...
What do you want?
You're just kind of standing out here in the middle of nowhere. I should be minding my own business. Anyway, Jester's Festival is in a couple weeks, I believe. So this was also a pretty good time to do a character, because there will be the EXP boost for Jesters, and then after that will be the anniversary. So I mean, like, this is about the right time to make a character. Oh my god. If I recall correctly, there's a quest in here. Yeah. I didn't even see it. This is the one with the ingredients, the egg that I have to take back to the lady, and she's like, oh, my son died. Base game was brutal. I think ESO base game was really brutal with its quests, and then ESO DLCs got really brutal with their roadside interactions. Out of the two of them, I much prefer base game's brutal quests over the latter. I think the latter is just stupid. Oh my god, did Weather say something about ESO stupid? What? I had someone say that to me once recently when I was pointing out the Crown Store. I was like, here's the problem I have with the Crown Store. You know, it was about the motifs that they were giving away, that they were selling, and I was like, people don't buy these because you can get them in game. And this guy was like, you're finally seeing, you know, like, the cracks through something, and I'm like, man, no. Like, I just don't complain all the time like everyone else does. You know? How dare you, sir? How dare you have an opinion? Well, yes, I, can indeed have an opinion. I think it's good to have some bad opinions so that, you know, I don't know, maybe if I have some bad opinions, people will listen to my good ones. But here's what I think. Ow. I just hit my desk with my knee. And I haven't felt it yet, but I'm gonna feel it. I'm gonna feel it later, I'm sure. So ESO base game got really brutal with some of the quests where it's like, a lot of the things you do, you're just delivering bad news to people and they're crying or something, and it's like, it's pretty sad. But at least it feels like a thing that would happen. Whereas ESO DLC side road interactions is pretty much the, like, it feels like they just want to be violent and almost kind of make a joke out of it. which feels wrong. I'm on a cloud. I don't have a desk. I have a desk in this cloud actually, and I hit my knee on it. No, that's a lie. But like, so ESO based game would be deliver a mother her news that her son's dead and she's sad, and then like ESO 2022 was like you'd meet people on the side of the road and they'd be like, talk to me, and then you talk to them, they'd be like, I really like, I like studying animals. Would you like to study animals with me? And you're like, hot dog, yeah, I was to study animals with you. And they're like, cool. And then you like spend 20 seconds looking for animals, and then an animal like catches them and murders them brutally, and you have to fight the animal, and then that's it. That's all that happens. And it's like that times like 15 for their side road interactions. And it's like, okay, yeah, but I'm sad, but like a different kind of sad. Like, this is just annoying. Like, I feel like that person wouldn't have died if I didn't talk to them. This is kind of dumb, It's kind of like, I don't feel like I just don't want to talk to anyone anymore. I don't talk to anyone on the side of the road because I just know that something's going to happen to them. And it's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of played off as comedy 99% of the time, to be honest. So I guess it's not like dark, but it's just dumb. Like, I don't feel like you don't feel like a hero at any point. So it's kind of like, just what's the purpose of the interaction? I think that ESO just needs to do away with them. Go back to I don't think Elsewhere had any of those. Elsewhere's was good. Elsewhere you'd get like that priest teaching those people about Alkosh, and they just don't even want to be there or something like that. Nothing really happens. You don't get experience, but it's fun. It's a fun thing on the side. Blackwood had pretty good ones. Blackwood, I think, had the best. You talk to that Dunmer about dress sense, and like you would help him pick out an outfit for his painting, or you would be able to talk to that wizard, and like you get to change your form or fly up into the clouds. That's cool. There were a couple of them, I think, where like there was like one where someone would die, one or two. One of them, you could actually rescue the person from the animal, and it's like, okay, that's cool. I feel like I helped the person, But it's like, why then around High Isle, they started getting really weird about it, and then Necrom, I think, continued it once or twice, and I kind of wanted to stop. It seems weird. Because you're no longer being the big hero that you want to be. Instead, you're kind of like, I literally refuse to talk to you because you will die. I'm antisocial. Ah, dang. Son of a... But I mean, like, I guess if I'm gonna be in a complaining mood... Oh, I'm so much stronger now. I think, like, that's just a sub... Hey, that's cool. That's just, like, a subsection of a problem I have with ESO. And, that is that ESO, I think, tries to be humorous a little too much. I think that people find it fun, And it's fun, it is, but it's like, you can have too much of a... It's kind of like having a cake, and you're like, this is good, like, the first few bites, and then you're like, this is really sweet. Like, who doesn't like sweetness? But then there's a point where it just becomes so saturated, it gets kind of annoying. I think ESO can be like that at times, and I think that, like, them trying to be funny is a side effect of that. I think that like there are certain topics that should be handled with fragility that are instead sometimes acted a little bit too trivially, and that's a thing that I'd like to avoid. Like I've seen this happen a lot, not just ESO, but this happens with other franchises sometimes, and it's always just kind of like, I feel like there are topics that you should avoid, I think, if you're going to be funny, because you want to keep the gravitas of that specific topic. You can still be funny, but just don't use that topic. And I think the first thing that comes to mind is, like, they did it a few times in Steven Universe, which I'm a big fan of, but it does still irritate me. Yes, and by the way, I do see this chest. Steven Universe does it a few times where it's just kind of like a very sensitive topic. Could be played off as a joke. I don't know if other people see it differently, but I'd be like, okay, you don't want to mess with like that event or whatever. That's something that should be treated, I think, a bit more seriously. You demand only bitter desserts. Ah, man. So yeah, I think that obviously Elder Scrolls has that too, where it's like, this is a serious thing. Stay serious. But ESO is definitely more of a crowd pleaser than any other Elder Scrolls game out there. That's the best way I can put it. ESO, tries to be something for everybody, and I think it more often gets complaints from people who might be a bit sensitive to things than people who might complain about it being too sweet. There are more people who complain about it being too bitter. Or I guess too salty, maybe. The people who, I think, like, people will complain about ESO being too salty more than they will be complaining about it being too sweet, because who doesn't like sweet, But as someone that's, like, really into preserving the vibe of certain topics, I wouldn't mind if they strayed clear of it. It's not like I'm gonna go, that's not canon or something. I just have a preference about it. I'm not gonna, like, say it never happened or nothing. But I kind of wish ESO would move back into the brutal at points, or like Orsinium was really brutal, but it was also fun. Like who doesn't like Orsinium? I think they know that. I just don't know if they know that people like the brutality of Orsinium, because some things about Orsinium were just really dark. Like Evely's whole story in Orsinium, where she starts out as a lot more like, she's daydreaming of being an adventurer, and she's optimistic, and the world's so exciting, and she can't wait to go on an adventure, and then by the end of it, she's like, huh, the world sucks, It's pretty rough. She sees people die, right? I mean, like, a lot of people. And I remember her being like, it's just so dark, I haven't done it in a while, though. And I like that. And that's why seeing her in Blackwood was fun, but it wasn't like, it didn't have the same effect, right? I'm not saying that she didn't act like Evely, because she did. It's just that she acted like Evely at her evolution, right? Her evolution. She's already her final form, basically, and it never really felt like she went anywhere. Orsinium felt like she started as a level 1 and ended at her final point. And so Blackwood kind of felt like she was at her like final point the entire time, and so she was just kind of there. It was fun to have her there, but you don't have that character development. Yeah, she gets hit with a dose of reality. The Gaiden Shinji quest was fantastic, one of the best, especially since Shinji is such an important figure in the Elder Scrolls. Shinji gets the first quote in the entire series. Like, the first thing you read, if I recall correctly, the first thing you read from anyone in the entire series is from Gaiden Shinji. Very important character. So, that was a good quest. I don't really feel like she went backward. I think that she became kind of a blend of what she was. She's very peppy, but also she's ready to, you know, shank someone when necessary, because that's just kind of what she's seen. So she kind of became more of like, this is who I am, and also seeing people die isn't as traumatizing anymore. It's kind of what happens to people sometimes. Now, the best techniques are passed on, but survivors, yes. Yeah, that, I'm pretty sure that's word for word. Yeah, he gets the first say in the entire franchise. That's him. Big deal. And so it was very big to bring him into the quest. And it was a good quest. It was very, very interesting, and I advise it to a lot of people. I just realized that I ran out of my buff. Anyways, that quest is in the Orsinium DLC, which is a monthly reward if you play the game for like 2 days. You know, because it's the second one, so you need to like log on for 2 days or so, and you can get the DLC. What is the Orsinium DLC? You might be wondering. Well, it's literally this entire zone. And I'm on a new character, so nothing's checked off, but there's a lot here, so much, you know. So I advise it. You may have hung out a bit too much in the Arena District in Oblivion. Ah! I've barely touched the Arena District in Oblivion. I've actually been doing more Morrowind lately. Chest. I thought I saw one here. Now, like, repeating characters, I think I like them to think of where a repeating character fits before putting that character in the DLC, right? I like them to think of the DLC and then go, what, like, you know, like, really think about who would fit, and not like who's a fan favorite, right? Because like a fan favorite might not always blend well with the tone, the theme, the story. I you know, those sound very similar, but I see them as different. You know, and sometimes it can end up that way where it's like, okay, but why? Yeah, Raz does not need to be in every chapter. I did like him in Elsewhere though, because he got a side quest, right? That was more fun for Raz to be in a side quest. I think Raz makes sense in Somerset because, you know, Eye of the Queen. I think he fits there. I'm thinking more like Evely's an example. God, why am I just like drawing a blank? Same with Naryu. I guess Naryu could be a good example, even though we haven't seen her as much as it seems like we have. In this year's case, we're gonna be getting Baragon back, and Baragon is actually Evely's brother, and we don't really know know much about his personality. Obviously, he's protective of Evely as one thing. Baragon, I think, is a good choice, because here's the cool thing about Baragon is that what little we know about him fits in pretty well with what's going on, I think, because he used to serve the the emperors as like a translator or a scribe, right? So he's a Bosmer, right? And we're getting Bosmer stuff, so that makes sense. And he's connected with the Empire, right? And so we're literally getting Bosmer and Empire, so that makes sense. And then also we're going to be doing Ayleid stuff, right? There's going to be definitely a lot of Ayleid ruins, and so we might need to translate stuff. And so that's literally like three things that all come together to basically say Baragon. And I think that he's a very good choice. I think that he's like the Bosmer to bring in. Evely might show up because he does say like don't bring her into this, so he probably wants her to stay away. But I think he makes sense. Yeah, he works for the Longhouse Emperors. I think that he thematically makes sense. We don't really know much about him personally, I don't think, but it could be cool to bring him in, and I think he's a wise choice. So I'm cool with that. There's also going to be like a new Imperial character, I think. How about Lyranth? What do we feel about Lyranth? Like, for Deadlands and stuff. I don't really see her as shoehorned either. I think that she made sense. She's a Daedra. It was a very Daedric theme, specifically Deadlands. She obviously had some kind of ulterior motive that we still don't know about, so I can't say if she didn't fit. I think Lyranth was pretty good to have there. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Jakarn. I think Jakarn's Exhibit A for what not to do when it comes to returning characters. I think Jakarn's kind of Exhibit A. Because it was like, why? And also, he felt creepier at this point. Lyranth, Lyranth I think fits, because she definitely has more going on than what we know. So I definitely don't agree that her story's been told, because there's definitely something there that she ain't telling. And once we know it, it might like completely transform what we saw in 2021's content. Like you do Blackwood and Deadlands again, and you might just think to yourself, this is very different now that I know this thing that I didn't know before. I think Jakarn's kind of like the why are you here? Why are you here? And why are you acting this way? I don't know. I think, yeah, so I think Jakarn's kind of like what people are afraid of happening again. I'm afraid of that. I'm glad that they are okay with making these new characters that show up again. Because if you're constantly dwelling on the old and you refuse to make the new, then you're in a bad place. Like, you don't need legacy characters everywhere. We don't need Satha Sil everywhere. We don't need Emmerich or I ran everywhere. I want to have these newer characters that intrigue me, you know, and they're intriguing me. I liked Necrom. I think Necrom was good with characters. I liked Gadain and stuff. Oh, I think I almost forgot. I think like one of the best new characters has to go with Aerox, the Mutilator. I know I talked about sometimes ESO likes to be too funny, but I liked Aerox a lot. I think that he was very fittingly funny. He was also very like practical. He was very like useful. He played a part in the story. He had a plot. You know, he wasn't just there to say things that seemed funny. I liked him a lot. I definitely see them bringing Aerox back, which is kind of frightening. But because it's a character that everyone loves, and you probably don't want to like. You're like, maybe we should just leave it alone. Bringing old characters back over and over makes the world seem smaller than it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's kind of like what happens with Star Wars sometimes. And I think in Star Wars it makes more sense because Star Wars is very character-driven. And personally, my personal opinion is that I don't see Elder Scrolls as being character-driven. I see Elder Scrolls as being culturally driven and event-driven. And you know, obviously these events and cultures have their big characters, right? But I definitely see Elder Scrolls as more of a world than a comic, and Star Wars feels more like a comic. So like when characters show up in Star Wars, it's kind of okay. It feels more like you're telling me a story, and it's obviously more character driven, but it does make the world feel smaller in Elder Scrolls, in my opinion. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with this. One thing I do not miss is constantly shifting my gear, shifting gears. That's what shifting gears. That's what I'm gonna call it. Crap. But yeah, so here's my perspective. If you're going to have a character that's funny, like a comedy character, give the comedy character something dark. And I'm not talking about being edgy and, you know, giving them an edgy side or something. I'm just saying have them be funny in a dark world where they actually have to encounter the dark thing. And like here, I'm kind of thinking of kind of like Pippin from Lord of the Rings. Merry and Pippin, they're very happy-go-lucky at times, and then they get this like dose of reality. And I mean, like they're still, you know, they go through a lot, you know, but they're still them, and it kind of makes you appreciate them more. I like it when a character can encounter the stuff that's messed up. Even have like a story arc or something that involves a character that messes them up, but they're still funny. That, I think, is an important thing, and not just have a character be nothing but a joke machine that is off to the side, you know. And so having Aerox actually had a plot that involved, what was his name, Nokraz? You know, he had a whole thing involving a character that you had a history with, and it made things kind of interconnect. It's amazing that these people we met in the last chapter have conveniently arrived at the same time you have in the new chapter. I mean, considering the two chapters are linked, they get a pass in that case because they're already involved. It's basically the same chapter at that point. It's basically the same plot. Like Larimul's gonna show up, we know that, and so it's like Larimul shows up, it makes sense, right? It's not convenient, it's sensible that she would pop up because of everything that's going on. So I give that a pass. But like for like if this next DLC had nothing to do with Gold Road or nothing to do with Necrom, then be like, okay, what? And then people who keep coming back. Oh, okay. Yeah, they do like to kind of stretch them out though, where it's like, oh, you haven't seen Evely in a few years. Man, did you ever gone to like Evely's online page on the UESP, and like she has so much dialogue, like it just goes on and on and on and on and on. She's been in the game so much, but she's only been like in 2 DLCs though, or well 3 I guess because Deadlands, but still. I think the best character in ESO that honestly I kind of wanted to see again last year, but we didn't, so that's we're probably never going to see them again, is Sun and Shadow. Sun and Shadow is like one of my favorite Elder Scrolls characters, period. And I was kind of thinking like maybe we'll see her next year, or like I was thinking that when like Necrom was announced, I was like maybe we'll see her, but we didn't. I think that was like the best time to show her. I think that it probably would have been kind of hard to pull off, like continuity wise. Like would she be there? I guess she wouldn't be there if you hadn't done her quest or whatnot. I don't know. But in my opinion, like she's got the best quest in the game. Because I think, like, the thing about, like, earlier ESO is that sometimes, like, the side quests maybe really, like, I don't know, they brought me through a bunch of different emotions. The cool thing about the Sadrith Mora quest, if you haven't done it, do this quest, do the Sadrith Mora quest, you'll find an Argonian, I think an Argonian starts it, I could be wrong. God, what's his name? I'll remember it in a second. Ioki, I think? Ioki, I think is the Argonian you talk to start it. I could be wrong. Maybe you'll be able to just talk to Sun and Shadow. I don't know. She would be in here. But Ioki starts it? Okay. But yeah, no spoilers. But like this in my opinion is the best storyline in the game. Because it goes a lot of places. It can be kind of long, but I like that. I like that Vardenfell quests could be long and multi-part. So expect it to kind of go on a bit. Maybe it just seemed longer because I was a newer player. But here's the thing. At the end of this, there's a reward. It's a great quest, obviously. Like, not only is it the best quest in writing, in my opinion, but there's a reward at the end that's like an actual cool cosmetic that I still use, and I really like it. I'm not gonna spoil what it is, but in my opinion, I mean, it's a reward that they just don't give out these days for quests anymore. I can't think of another quest that gives out a cosmetic of that type. So yeah, I advise it. I really like it. There was a part, just for me personally, but there was a part where I just felt like, I don't know, I just felt so conflicted about like what just happened. I needed a moment. Vardenfell's quest line dragged a bit, but they were so good. Yeah, I kind of like it when they drag on. I'm not biased, but like, it's the general feeling of, oh, this is going on for a long time, and therefore you can kind of squeeze a bunch more information out of it, and I'm always wanting information. You know, any line of dialogue might have something fun, so like the longer the better, in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. Like, Sadrith Mora punches you in the gut, Balmora punches you in the gut, you know? Nisus doesn't. Not really, but it's very fun. Nisus is a fun one. Nisus and Voss are also pretty fun. But yeah, this is a great zone. This comes with base game, you know? You buy base game, you get this zone. it's pretty crazy. I mean, there's a lot to do here. So, yeah. So, this questline was good. Somerset also had some good ones, obviously. Relenthil comes to mind. I think that was a really good one. I want more quest lines that hurt. That's what I want. I'd like some more, I don't know. I liked some more, like, makes you feel conflicted, but I don't know. I don't know how people would react to that. These days, like, something goes on PTS and people pitch a fit about things sometimes, and they're like, you know, I don't want to see that in my... I've seen people say, like, I don't want to see that in my game because I get on to relax and it's depressing or something like that. And I'm like, guys, please, this is storytelling. I get it. But if you want to relax, do your writs, you know? But these are stories, and they can't all be neutral. You didn't care too much for Somerset, but you did like the ending. I saw someone do the ending for, I think, what was the first time earlier today. I was watching very closely, because I do like the ending. I'm going to be doing Elsewhere again on this new character to kind of level up. That's what I'm planning. Because I need to document stuff for the UESP. I'm probably going to be doing that slowly and meticulously, so it's probably not something to do on stream. But, yeah, I'm going to be going through all of Elsewhere again. I haven't done that since 2020? No. Since, yeah, since early 2020, I think. Late 2019, early 2020. It's hard for Zos to do Darker Quest these days, and I honestly, I don't blame them. I kind of blame people's reactions sometimes. I don't want to sound like a boomer. I'm gonna end up sounding like a boomer in a second. I'm gonna be saying, like, people are too sensitive these days. I don't want to go down that route. That's not how I feel. You know, it's not. I just think that, like, Elder Scrolls is a mature franchise, and I think that it deserves to stay that way. I don't want it to just be, like, rated M for mature just because the other games were. I think that it should stay that way for a reason. I think that, like, I think that some, like Sharp's quest, Sharp's storyline last year, that was really good. I really liked that, and it did get pretty dark in places. You know, they're not pulling any punches when it comes to this horrifying Telvanni mage. Yeah, no, I haven't gotten that much in Starfields. I should probably get back to it. That's something I could have done tonight, but it's already 4. I might need to update, to be honest. But no, my brother's like told me to keep going. So yeah. Lord Buck. I think you see people saying that should be changed to the quest line about recovery and healing. You see all this stuff to get to the healing part. Wait, you mean Sharp's quest? Is that what you're talking about? Because I remember seeing people complaining about Sharp's quest on the PTS, and I didn't look into it because technically it was a spoiler. And then when Sharp's quest released in the official release, people were saying it was so good, and I'm like, what did they change? Do you remember if they changed anything specific? Like, because people were like saying, "Oh no, this is bad. Don't put this in the game," and then it released, and they were like, "Wow, I sure do love this quest." Like the same people, and I was like, surely they changed something. You don't think they changed anything? You think people jumped the gun because they saw things out of context? Okay. Interesting. There were a couple things in Firesong that they did need to change. That people got very uncomfortable about. Man, I'm gonna permission to sound like a boomer for a second, I guess. I'm gonna sound like a boomer for 3 seconds card. But like I don't think they would have been able to stand some dialogue in Morrowind. I mean, like, you know, the earlier days stuff. It got kind of brutal, like, oh my god, at times. I mean, nothing like, you know, but it did get that way at times, and I think that, like, you know, the Elder Scrolls gets that way at points. But, like, anything close to that, everyone kind of freaks out about these days. Alright, that was my boomer card. Because, I mean, like, you're... I'm still going... You know, it's a fantasy... Like, okay, so I'm extending my card. But, like, people started complaining about the new anniversary cake. You know? People were complaining about the anniversary cake. They were like, we can't do this. You can't have Molag Bal on the cake. And they were like, because Molag Bal's mean. Like, they're like, you know... I was like, really, guys? And as I was just thinking, this is why we can't do these things anymore. Oh, I still sound like a boomer. No. But again, this is an M-rated franchise. It's not T. It's not E. Oh, neat. I definitely do not have my eidetic memory. But I mean, like, when you get to the point where people don't want to see Molag Bal on their cake or whatever, it's like, why? Who complains about Molag Bal furnishings? No one. No one's complaining about Molag Bal furnishings. It takes forever. It takes longer. It feels weird that it takes so long. It was legit just a handful of Redditors and Twitter people. Yeah, so they're not gonna change it, I know. But like that's I see some people like that on PTS. When they talk about not only that, but they're also spoiling PTS for me when I don't do that. Because they're on Twitter talking about it a bunch. But I mean, like, I don't know. It's like, am I allowed to say this? Is it wrong? Ooh. Nice. Upgrade. I kind of feel like, am I allowed to say anything like this, or do I... Is it a place of privilege, and I can't This sounds like me mocking, but I'm being like, because I don't talk about this, especially not on Twitter. People just see things out of context and just assume. Well, I mean, Rollerball is on the cake, so I mean, like that was pretty much a fact. But I mean, like, I don't know. You want them? Do you want them to rewrite vampire lore or something? They're not gonna. They're not gonna do that. No. That does not make much sense. Well, actually... Oh no, because the other one, this one doesn't even work if I don't have 2 items. Anyway, so yeah, I think it's okay to be sad. I think it's okay to write sad stories. I think it's okay to write dramatic stories that don't just involve the end of the world, but also involve dark subjects. Honestly, I'm surprised they did the hatching pools. That was certainly a choice. You know, the hatching pools was dark, and most people are, I think most people are, they treat it like, you know, like they should, where it's like, that's super dark, and, like, you know, that was a super upsetting questline, but it's like, it's supposed to be. You know, it's supposed to be. That's how you're supposed to handle it, where you're like, oh geez. Obviously you shouldn't have that everywhere, because that just makes for a depressing franchise, and this isn't Fallout. Hey, oh, no, just kidding. But, like, it's okay to do it. It's okay to do it sometimes. I'm telling you, some of those people are going to get a rude awakening when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out. There's going to be so much controversy around Elder Scrolls 6, I don't even want to imagine. For example, when they finally, well, when they supposedly make their announcement that they're going to be swapping composers, that's going to cause a lot of mess. That's going to be like probably the first controversy I can imagine, because it's gonna be like, I don't know, an IGN article, and everyone's gonna go, I can't believe it. I'm actually not gonna do the quest yet.
What? Who's there?
Hello. Feel Writer should absolutely make you feel various different emotions. And the Elder Scrolls has the capability to do, like, every emotion. You know, the Elder Scrolls can be funny, it can be sad, it can make you angry. Because it, you know, it has that... Bethesda games are pretty good at covering all these different emotions. I think that Sharp's quest is definitely up there with their darker quests. They don't shy away from how horribly Argonians are treated, right? You know, they don't shy away from that. And it's really just messed up going into like some of those details. In terms of darker plots, Skyrim had them, Fallout 4 had them, Starfield had them, Elder Scrolls 6 will certainly have them. I definitely see Elder Scrolls 6 having them, I think that, like I said, ESO's the crowd pleaser. I think Elder Scrolls 6 gets more of a pass. ESO is definitely supposed to be like a... They're definitely trying to cater to as many people as possible. I mean, just look at their, you know, overland content is pretty much all the same. You know, it's like so many things are just as accessible as possible. If you get too hardcore with your depressing plots or whatnot, then you can alienate a lot of people. And I definitely see it as more a game that they want the most players. I mean, the more players playing your MMO, it's important. That's your player count. You don't want to lose a bunch of people because you, I don't know, are too depressing. Oh, look at that! I learned how to use that earlier. I get so much health from it. It's so good for sustain. In like when you're against so many enemies, you feel so overwhelmed, and then you just kind of do that, and bam, you get so much health back. I mean, the quest, you know what? I mean, like, the quest line in this exact public dungeon is pretty dark. You know? Like, this is the one where they're, like, what, eating people, I think? And, like, the quest giver can get eaten, if I recall correctly, which is pretty dark. But this was base game, you know? This isn't, like, modern content. And I'm kind of talking about Elder Scrolls as ESO is now. You know? And this was 10 years ago. Thank you so much, Dragons, Cheese, for the follow. Appreciate it. It is true. It is a fact. Oh god. Is this guy though? Wait. What's happening here? Oh boy. You're not a dragon, but you did enjoy some pizza earlier. I was trying to think about, like, did I have any cheese? I was thinking, I don't think so. I don't think any foods that I had today involved cheese. But I do like cheese. I like a good, I like a... I like a Gouda. I like a good, Gouda. That's what I like. Hey, would you look at that? There's the weekly. I knew I would get it done with this character. Though I guess if we go back to just character writing and not necessarily making things dark or whatever, if we're gonna go back to character writing, I think that ESO's found something really special with Tor Vassard, like really special. I didn't really expect to be that interested in him, but he's got me. I'm interested in him. Not like in a sexy way, though he's kind of sexy. But I mean, like, he's, you know, I mean, I get it, you know, there's kind of the tropey, you know, bad guy that's not all bad, but it's always very fun. You know, he just has, he's literally, he just wants to know a thing. He just wants to, and it's like, you know, I can relate with that. He just wants to know something, and he just needs to know. And he's like, if I could just walk up and learn this thing, everything would be fine, but everyone's trying to get in my way from learning this thing. And he's like, what's your problem? I just want to know this thing. And he has nothing to do with hurting anybody. He just wants to know something. And he's like, what? It's like, what's the big deal? And he doesn't believe everyone that like thinks that it's a big deal, that, you know, it's destructive or whatnot. I'm honestly really interested to see where his character goes this year, because the cinematic that he was in this year almost made it seem like he was upset. Yeah, he's a villain with morals. He's not one note. He's interesting. Some people don't even call him a villain, which is when you know that you have a good villain. But like in the cinematic, when he frees Athalia, and Athalia like does that thing where everyone gets pulled into what I'm assuming might be Mirrormore, you know, like all the heroes get pulled in and he does too. He gets this look, right, where he's like, it's this feeling of like, where are you? Like, okay, why am I here? Like, you just left without me? It's just, it's a exact look of a dude who like his date just left him to go to Applebee's by herself. And he was like, you forgot me? Hello? Like, I'm part of this. I just get a skill point. And that's kind of the vibe I got from him in the trailer. He seemed upset, and I'm wondering if that's supposed to be like giving us the feeling that Athalia just won't care about him, like he cares about her. But I don't know. I could be wrong about that. But I think that would be interesting, where he's like, I saved you. And she's like, cool. Now it's time to go do my job. Like he's all like Athalia fan club #1. You know, he's got a T-shirt and everything, and then she's like, okay, you gotta weird me out now. Your job is done. You did your thing. I think that would be kind of fun, but I don't know. It just felt like there was something, there was an emotion that he was having. And I felt kind of bad for him, because he looked like, I worked so hard to appease you, and you just leave me here? Yeah, you think he gets like careful what you wish for backfire? Yeah, maybe. I think that he might regret it, because it's like where else do you bring his character at this point? I think that a good portion of the DLC he's gonna be working to like bring her to full power or something. But that's not to say she won't constantly like shrug him off. She might still. Like, he might be working to... Because I'm pretty sure that's what the Daedra are doing now, is to, like, bring her to full power, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. I'm trying to remember, but I don't. Because Daedra are everywhere, and you've got, like, Mirrormore stuff everywhere. So that's... so those Daedra are free, but I'm pretty sure they're on a mission to, like, fully... bring her to power, because if she's fully brought to power, then what's the DLC about? She could just snap her fingers and then boom, everything's changed. I'm going to keep my... I don't even have an ult now. I'm gonna keep what I've got going. Oh hey, this might be good though, because I get training from this. Sorry, I'm texting the Khajiit that's with me. Yeah, he's gonna need to protect me. I'm gonna go with... Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of the Levesque, because I need this. I need the training. Telly snaps her fingers, and the Septim bloodline just never comes to power. Dragonborn never arrives in Skyrim, etc., etc. Yeah, they could have some fun. It's a little bit scary, but I think that they could do some weird stuff with fate changing. Fate will probably change back, you know, but it'll probably be like you might get some It's a Wonderful Life stuff happening, you know. But like things will fix themselves. I don't know. The thing is, as I mentioned on stream last week on Saturday, is like things get really messy. You know, when you like mess with time and stuff, because timelines are weird. It seems like something that you could just kind of like toss in there, like it's Marvel, right? But it's a little bit different, I think, than Marvel, maybe? I mean, so here's the thing about like Marvel, from what I understand. There's like, you know, there's like characters that are outside of timelines and whatnot, but like no Daedric seems to, no like Daedric prince seems to act like things go differently. Maybe they don't, like, since time works differently in Oblivion, probably due to like that Creatia wave that was theorized in that Lucent book I was talking about last week. Time works differently in Oblivion, and so it's like, okay, they don't know really the order of things, particularly sometimes. Like, they don't know when a thing might happen. Hold on. Yeah, so they might not know, like, oh, did a thing happen already? Like, did the Septims show up or something like that? But like, they don't seem to act like time continuously changes. Like, oh shoot, Khajiit have 3 tails now. You know, like, oh, what timeline is this? So if you make alternate timelines a thing, then you have to have the princes also bound to timelines. And if you have the princes bound to timelines, are Adric beings also bound to timelines? And like, why would the, like, perhaps Y'ffre's concept of the time law affect Oblivion's concept of time? How would timelines work? It's a little bit kind of more. It's a little bit. There's a lot of like questions that are asked once you start tossing stuff like that in, and I get it's personally, because like, I don't know, because then like every time a timeline is created, does that mean that that like a new version of a whole Daedric prince is created? Does Akatosh have that much power as the god of time to technically make alternate versions of other Daedra, or what? You know, like I'm saying, there's a lot more questions that are asked once you start bringing in timelines, and so it's always a very messy concept that I'm kind of a little bit nervous about. Well, I'm okay with timey-wimey stuff in terms of like, Bolsonar. Bolsonar was time-based, and that was fun. I was kind of worried, but it was fun. It was very like, you would go back in time, and you going back in time is what made the people in Bolsonar so afraid of you in the present. It's like, that's fun. But the whole metaphysics of the Elder Scrolls kind of gets a little bit confusing if you toss in things like, like alternate timelines and what it means. Because usually a splice of an alternate outcome is kind of like, that's kind of like, I'm gonna bring up the word here. I'm gonna bring up the word. But it's kind of like what dragon breaks are for. It's like a dragon break happens, different realities occur, and then they all kind of bottleneck into one reality that make all the other realities true, right? And I talked about it last week, about like where the bottleneck comes from and how they could incorporate Jills into that, theoretically. But like, as you can see, it's because all these timelines just like it makes things. It's like, okay, what? Hold on, what? It kind of makes it sound like it almost kind of makes it sound like they want to do like a sacred timeline thing, but I don't know, because then the Josa J quest from Psijic, so the Psijic Order stuff, confused me a bit. I need to get back to that. Not the D word. I don't like to bring it up. Also, it makes me think, like, it does make me think. Oftentimes I think about, like, what a Dragon Break means. You know, if Ariel is time, right, and time crystallized into linearity at the beginning of the Merithic, technically the end of the Dawn, even though Dawn doesn't technically have an end or a beginning, it's all kind of chaos, you know. But, you know, in parentheses, the end of the Dawn era and beginning of the Merithic, you know, is when time kind of became a linear thing. Now, it's said that, like, day and night are Y'ffre's interpretation of Ariel's time law. And if that's the case, does that mean that, in this in my opinion, makes sense. Like, because Y'ffre is, like, you know, the foundation, you know, the physics, the stability of Nirn, pretty much. But, like, if day and night are, like, Y'ffre's interpretation of Ariel's time, does that mean that linearity might just be Y'ffre, period? Because it's stability. It's stasis, you know? And that's what Y'ffre's known for, so it kind of lines up. So does that mean that technically if you do a Dragon Break, you're breaking Y'ffre instead? And Akatosh is just kind of, I don't know, maybe Akatosh technically let loose. I don't know. I'm just theorizing here. Technically, I guess that brings up other questions, like the you know, the dancing of the selectives was very clearly aimed towards Ariel / Akatosh and not Y'ffre at all. So, and that's what caused the Dragon Break. So that obviously lends credence to the evidence that it is Ariel and not Y'ffre. But yeah, I don't know. Theory brain here. But yeah, as you can tell, time stuff gets complicated in the Elder Scrolls. Time things are weird. Sometimes you can get a good old loop. That's what Balsonar was. It was a good old fun loop. I enjoyed it. I think it was great. It was really fun for like historian buffs like me. God, it was so good. I need to breathe. Even after the lore explanations, I feel like Dragon Breaks are a continuity MacGuffin. Well, I personally feel differently because Dragon Breaks have really only been used... Dragon Breaks have been used to do almost nothing but fuck up the continuity. So this is it's kind of the inverse of continuity MacGuffin. Because in reality, the only Dragon Break I think that they really technically needed to do to, like, make time work was the Warp in the West. And that's because all of Daggerfall's endings, right? So it's like all of Daggerfall's endings need to make sense, so you just kind of have every single one of them be true, right? And that was just kind of it. I haven't played Daggerfall to the end, and I can't say if I remember if it was actually in the game or if they came out with it after. I actually don't know that. But it makes it work. And then that was the only Dragon Break they needed, right? And then they decided, hey, you know what? Let's kind of have fun with this. And so the Middle Dawn became a thing, because I don't think the Middle Dawn was anywhere until like after Daggerfall, and so the Middle Dawn was written, and that just screws things up. The Middle Dawn serves no purpose to fix any continuity problems. It just serves a purpose to screw everything up. You know, it was a very long time of chaos, like you know, I think theoretically 1,000-something years, 1,008 years of just, you know, confusion and delay. And so, yeah, so it really just served to mess everything up. And then when that ended, everything just kind of went back, and the Thracian plague, I think, was around then. So it's like, okay, that happened, and then you get to let's think of some other potential dragon breaks. The Battle of Red Mountain is potentially a dragon break. That would be about First Era 700. That was also written just to be fun and weird, right? You have all these conflicting accounts, and so it's just kind of like it's more like it just serves to make the Elder Scrolls more of a mysterious, confusing thing than trying to fix any story plot holes. Let's see. So like Middle Dawn, Warp in the West, potentially Red Mountain. There's also the activation of the Numidium, which I think is theorized to be a break, but I don't think we know much about it. There's a chest up there. So there's that. But so it's like I can't really think of it being used to fix things necessarily. In fact, the Middle Dawn can be so confusing that there is an Imperial scholar that theorized that the Middle Dawn was entirely fabricated. I think just to so it's like I forget what scholar it was. Drom? Was that his name? I forget. This scholar theorized that the Middle Dawn was just all fake and that it was just made up. You know, he's a Middle Dawn denier. You know, because it just confuses so many people. And it was all because these guys were racist. So yeah, it's like I definitely don't see it as like we can use this to fix our mistakes, because they just did it once. And I don't know if they had it planned or not. I don't actually remember. I don't know how Daggerfall ends, like the actual game. Like if you play it, does it mention the warp, or is the warp just mentioned in Redguard or something? Not Redguard like in the lore, but Redguard in like Pocket Guide. I guess Pocket Guide would probably be around the same time, so that wouldn't make much sense. Because Redguard takes place like after ESO. What, a couple hundred years? I think. Nafalar's in Redguard. Did you guys know that? If you played Dragonhold Southern Elsewhere, Nafalar's in there. Where's my no, I want Bubbles. Chat Bubbles. Self. Yes, I want to know for myself. I was responding to him, but it looked like I was ignoring him. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, it gets to be kind of it's a very complicated topic. I keep talking about it. But it's just a topic that I feel like some people just don't quite get. And it's like that's what I like teaching the most. I don't know. Oh, this is working. It's working. It's working. After Daggerfall came out, they mentioned it for the first time in Morrowind. Yeah, see that lines up pretty much with what I was thinking. You had to go through a lot of digging to find the answer. Well, thank you though. That pretty much lines up with what I assumed, because they did it because they wanted to. They were like, well, you know, Daggerfall has a bunch of endings. Which one is canon? And so they were like, we gotta come up with something to explain it. So they did it maybe as one continuity MacGuffin, and then they were like, let's do some weird shit with it, you know, that so it doesn't seem so I don't know, blatant out there, sudden, and they just kind of ran with it, which I think is good. I think that's good, you know. It's always a sign of good storytelling when you can add something that integrates itself so well in the lore that you can't even tell when it was introduced, you know. I had a hunch though. All the ghosts! Every single ghost! Damn, man. Wow, you went down quick. But yeah, this is kind of like, it's kind of like, again, that was what I was talking about last week, with a lot of people finding dragon breaks to be a lot more prevalent than they seemingly are. Because they just kind of like stick the term on like every game. Like, oh, every game is a dragon break because you can choose different things. When a break is a lot more serious. Because you know, like, was the Vestige of Redguard isn't as like timeline changing as like Mana Marco getting the Totem of Tiber Septim and ascending to be a god, right? There's a difference. And so it's like they're like, well, which one happened? And they decide to make dragon breaks to explain it. And so, like, you know, there's things that goes on, like, you know, we don't know what the Vestige look like or whatever. It's up to you, right? But a dragon break is a bit more serious. It's there's a lot more going on. If it comes up again in future games, you'll complain. Your writer brain will savage it. Well, I do have to point out that we don't know how the Civil War ends technically. That because it does end on like a cliffhanger, right? So it's like, you know, what side won the war? I guess they could pick one, but if you know, you can still pick a side. One side can win, so it does kind of offer some questions about what they're going to do about that, because it kind of puts them in a place. I'll admit, it kind of puts them in a place. We'll see what happens there in 8 years. 8 years. But I do think it should also be mentioned that dragon breaks are seemingly not time freezes. That's something that I think is misunderstood by many. Like, for example, like I said, I can't pull up the book right now on my character, and I think there's like 2 sources that might mention this, and one might be unofficial, but one is official. But there's a very famous book that I read last week called "Where Were You When the Dragon Broke?" It's about the Middle Dawn. In that they basically claim that the Middle Dawn lasted 1,008 years, and so it's kind of clear that dragon breaks do have a time, right? So like you can the beginning of the break and after the break, it is about that time span. Time moves, but it's like watching a movie it's like watching a movie, but cutting and pasting various scenes in whatever freaking order. You're still watching like a 2-hour movie, but you watch the ending before the beginning, or maybe the movie just played out totally differently entirely, right? It's like, okay, well, you know, turns out Darth Vader is not Luke's father, you know, that, and that's very confusing, because then, you know, that's totally different from another perspective. But it's like you're still watching it. I don't know how long Empire Strikes Back is, so I'm just gonna say 2-hour movie. You're watching a 2-hour movie. It still takes time. So people who toss out there like, you know, ESO's all second era 582, it's clearly a dragon break. It's not what a dragon break is. It's sure you can go like what order does the dragon invasion happen compared to Miriam's Dagon's invasion or whatnot. It's like, you know, I was listening to the Tales of Tamriel podcast. I was listening to an episode from December, I think, and they were just going over this about, like, you know, them committing to a timeline. I remember benefactors saying like they perceive the timeline as just being, you know, pretty much release order, and you can do it in whatever order you want for funsies, you know, for accessibility. But it makes more sense if you look at it in like release order, and I think I fully agree with that. They do it. They allow you to access it whatever order you want because, like I said, ESO's the crowd pleaser. But it doesn't necessarily make it Dragon Break because it's like, you know, did the Vestige fight the dragons before Dagon? It's like, well, I don't know. Did the Dragonborn go to Whiterun before Solitude, or did you go to Solitude before Whiterun? You know, it's like, it's just up to the player. You know, if you go to Solitude in Skyrim, and you do that quest with the Dainty Slode, right? I think that's in Solitude. And it's like, and then you move on to do the murder mystery quest in Windhelm. Which would happen first? Right? It's like, you know, it's just whatever way you choose. ESO is just a macrocosm of main Elder Scrolls game, which is weird to say because main Elder Scrolls games are huge in itself. But you know, ESO is just like, it's the same thing but just on a larger scope. And yeah, sometimes the larger scope is obviously too much. It's like all these things happen in 1 year. I'll agree, that's weird. But I'm not gonna toss out Dragon Break for that, because like I said, Dragon Breaks are not something you can just. That's playing with fire there. There's a little bit that actually tells you depending on which side you choose. Well, but I mean that's depending on what side you choose. Then technically it's 2 different endings, right? Because I'm thinking Elder Scrolls 6 they gotta commit to an ending unless they don't want to tell you. Unless they just don't want to admit, like, we don't know who won. Everyone died in a mysterious explosion. All of Skyrim exploded and nobody won. You know, it's like, some reports say that Ulfric won, and some reports say, you know, the Empire got the upper hand, but we'll never know because everyone just exploded. And that's it. That's history. I know that one of my skills scales off of my health. I think it's my yeah, this one. That's good. I like this. So if you side with the Empire, if you'll report that talks about the pass, General Mountains collapse. Wait, is that the Pale Pass? Or is that a totally different pass? Wasn't the Pale Pass the General Mountains? Man, I'm just getting so much done with this thing. I had no idea this thing could do so much. If Stormcloaks win, the report says that the Emperor has dispatched a full legion to deal with the rebellion. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, if you were to ask me, like, who do you think wins? I would say, it just sounds like the Empire wins either way. I mean, like, if the Empire wins, the Pale Pass collapses. And, even though I'm not entirely sure how that's relevant. But, if the Stormcloaks win, then the Emperor just sends a bunch more reinforcements. It's like, it doesn't sound like they could win. It just sounds like Skyrim falls to the Empire in both ways, to be honest. I wonder if that's what they're gonna choose. Because, I mean, like, come on, like, I don't really feel like the Stormcloaks have any chance against the Empire. But I know it's the Softy Mead dynasty. I wonder if they're gonna just gonna have Mead die of like mysterious circumstances. No one knows if it was a sudden illness or if Mead was stabbed. No one knows. Cold. 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 The idea is that Wolfram had good intentions for his people. He was deeply flawed, regardless. He's also very racist. I guess that would go under deeply flawed. I guess so. Dang it. That scythe doesn't work very well against him. I mean, it adds some bleed. Okay, this will help. Hey, get the Sky Shard here. I do feel kind of bad for Ulfric. You gotta kind of feel bad for him when you realize, you know, like how annoyed he probably is to have fought so hard and basically, I mean, you know, they lost the war. I know it was a truce, but you know, just being honest, they lost the war. Because I mean, like the war started, you know. It's like the Elmeri Dominion's like, give us what we want, and they're like, and the Empire's like, no, and then the big fight happens, and then at the end they're like, you know what, let's call a truce, and the truce basically just gave the Elmeri Dominion what they wanted, you know. And at that point I would lose my mind too. I wouldn't be racist. I mean, because that's honestly just that's just nationalism right there, but I would be very upset with the Empire, that's for sure. But I don't do the Stormcloaks when I play. Julius wasn't all that better. Well, I'm one of those generic. Like, if you want any hope for the future, just kind of exist in the now, you know. I must be going crazy. I saw a skeleton a second ago. Oh, that's horrifying. Okay, cool. That's good. That's fine. Ooh. You always felt like the Dominion had managed to sack the Imperial City. The truce was more of a we're gonna rearm and bide our time sort of thing. Maybe. I mean, that's what a lot of people believe, because they're like, you know, if you go Stormcloak, then all chances of that are gone. But if you go Empire, then it's like, you know, we might win in the future, but not right now. So the Skyrim like writers did a pretty good job of adding a counterpoint to make the Stormcloaks feel a little less like the hopeless loser underdogs, because they kind of seem like it at first glance. And so what the writers did was they wrote some really cool lore for Hammerfell and the Thalmor opposition in Hammerfell. And essentially the Thalmor were like, you know, they wanted their Hammerfell, and the Redguard opposition was so strong that they had to sign a treaty. I think the second Treaty of Strass Mackay? I could be wrong. Because they literally the Redguards basically lived the Nords' dream, and the Nords were probably like, we want to do that, that's what we want, because it, the Stormcloak thing literally happened in Hammerfell. But also, Redguards are cooler than Nords. they didn't take that into account, that Redguards are just cooler and stronger. And I mean, like, I think that if you were to ask me, like, would Nords win or would the Redguards win, I'd just say, well, I guess here's the thing. It's like, the Dominion's got magic, like incredibly powerful sorcerers. Nords haven't really been known for their magic, but you do have like ironic examples, Shalador and whatnot. But Nords literally tossed away their god of magic and logic ages ago, because they were just more of a physical kind of a race. But also Redguards, in the same way, they are not the biggest magic fans. Except for, Shahai, big magic swords. But they don't have Shahai. they didn't, it's not, if the Redguards, if you had like a bunch of sword singers or something against the Thalmor, they would have lasted a way shorter amount of time. It does seem like the Dominion stumbled a bit in Hammerfell, and everyone knows. Yeah. So that's what the writers. I mean, people say that Skyrim's lore is boring, but it's just so intricately written in the way to make people think, hey, wait a minute, this is where this is the Stormcloaks might have a chance, but you got to really pay attention, because you're like looking at Hammerfell and you're like, they basically lived the Stormcloak dream. And I do wish the Stormcloaks would like reference Hammerfell, but they're nationalistic. They don't need to, they're like, we know we can do this because we're Nords, not because we saw it happen, but they saw it happen. They totally did. And so yeah, I think that was a good idea for them to write that. And it also just makes the Redguards seem way cooler. Skyrim's lore isn't boring, it's just not thrown in your face. It's for people who want to find out. Yeah, and ESO does the same thing. A lot of times. ESO, it's kind of like, it's what I call, there's actually a term for this. I was listening to a video, and there's actually a term for this, and I didn't know it, but I completely forgot the term. But it's how Sakurai made Kirby games. I think it's just called Kirbyization. I'm just going to use the term Kirbyization. So it was this gaming method that Sakurai came up with, where he was like, okay, well, a Kirby game can be easy if you want it to be easy, but hard if you want it to be hard. You can fly over the stages if you want, right, and get to the end of the level pretty quickly, or you could have fun, the more complicated way by inhaling enemies and getting into combat. And it's all about which way you choose to enjoy the same piece of media. And whenever I think of like how ESO and Skyrim, and honestly I'm going to say Oblivion as well, handles the Elder Scrolls is Kirbyization, where that depth is there if you want to stick your nose in it. I'd say that Oblivion's probably the black sheep. Like Oblivion involves a bit more. Skyrim and ESO are kind of the we'll give you a general plot, like a save the world, grab the MacGuffin, everyone's fighting for the pieces of the puzzle, kind of almost like it's a Lego franchise or something, it's kind of like, it's a little bit simpler, but fun. And then there's some deep stuff in there, I'm gonna be completely honest, when I did Dark Heart of Skyrim, I did Markarth and everything, I did all of Markarth without knowing. I was like, okay, this Dark Heart thing is cool. I didn't know much about it. And then I got on the USP and I started to study, and the USP made all these connections and stuff. And I was blown away. And I was like, I didn't see this. I didn't know about this. The Dark Heart stuff in, Dark Heart of Skyrim is so cool and integrated deep into the lore, but it just kind of feels like a MacGuffin when you just do the quest. You don't need to look deep into it to even... You don't need to know that. It's just kind of there, But now that I do know it, redoing that quest just feels cooler. like going to see doing that Darkheart stuff just feels way more epic, knowing the stuff that I don't need to know. So that's how I feel Skyrim and ESO handle Elder Scrolls lore. They just make it kind of simple on the foreground, and then they make it detailed for if you want to find it. And I said Oblivion's kind of that way because it's pretty easy to understand. But then you get kind of like to the end of Oblivion where you have to fight Mankar, and he starts like shouting this really deep lore about Lorkhan and stuff, and it could get a little bit confusing because that is in your face at that point. And I get that you have to read the commentaries on the Mysterium Xerxes, but let's face it, you could just it's a first letter in every paragraph code. I remember playing Greymoor and stumbling across Castle Greymoor in Skyrim and being like, wait a minute. I actually don't know if there's any relation between the two. It's just... It was... I don't know. Because it's like, you know, Castle Greymoor is like a fort above ground or whatever. It's like Fort Greymoor. And it's like, is this related or what? I don't know. I kind of feel like they could have called the year something a little... The name's cool. But like you barely ever hear the term Greymoor used. They might like never even say it, to be honest. I'm not sure if they ever say Greymoor. But it's like what would I don't know, Grey Host? I think Grey Host would have worked. that might have worked better. Instead they went with Greymoor instead of Grey Host. It's not even, the Grey isn't even spelled the same way. It's never said. It's never said. I'm losing my mind. I can't believe it. But they just don't say the name. But you know, they couldn't call it Skyrim. But I don't know. They called it Morrowind. I guess because it had been a while. They didn't call it Skyrim. Maybe Solitude? I don't know. I find it odd. I get that it's a castle underneath Solitude. But eh. Come on, gather around. I need the help. It's so dark I can't see. You want to start yet another Skyrim playthrough? Why have you tempted me? Maybe I could tempt you to do Morrowind. Would that be better? I was starting doing Morrowind again. Like I was talking about earlier, how I made a whole scene for Morrowind. This one right here. Because Morrowind does not full screen very well at all. So I added this in the background. Because, you know, you need that kind of like background to look less boring. It was hard. It was hard to get Morrowind working. Because it just likes being a pain. But I got it working on stream. It was not working on stream. It was being a problem. Because you can't window out of the Steam version, like, at all. You can't do Morrowind in the lack of color and the game genuinely hurts your eyes. Skyrim's gray though. Skyrim's gray. Everyone's dirty. And in Morrowind, all the magic goes. And that's cool. Magic just doesn't do that anymore. Oblivion's very colorful. I think you'd enjoy Oblivion. Well, you probably played it. If you haven't, I think you'd really enjoy it. Oblivion's definitely, well, I mean, aside from like the more classic games, Oblivion is the most like exploratory, like more modern playing, colorful Elder Scrolls game. You love Oblivion? Okay. There you go. Yeah, here, I will tempt you to play Oblivion. Play The Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. Let me know if that worked. Or you can play Skyrim if you want. I don't know. I'm at 14. How am I doing this? How am I doing this? You opened up your daily crates and got the exact same pulls twice. Yay, more gems. Yeah, I've got 6 of them. I'm gonna open them on my next stream. That will be in, let me do the math. $16 hours. I got a weapon swap. I can't believe it. Neat. Oh, they do have a stamina version. Okay. Seems more like a PvP thing. Reduces healing received. It does deal disease damage, though. I need to learn how to run every. Oh my god, that guy's dead. Hold on. Oh no. Wait, do I have any soul gems? Oh, I might not. I need to save that guy. But why is he just sitting there? He doesn't know I'm coming. Go, 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 go. I'm coming for you, man. Oh, this is gonna suck. This is what I get for running. I've got you. I've got you. I think. I've apparently got a soul gem. I must have got them from killing the bosses here. He's probably AFK, to be honest. Oh, he's a level 3600. This guy's capped. This guy's capped. I thought he was like a noob that needed a soul gem. The guy is level capped. I have only seen like 2 level caps of that in my life. Oh my god. Well, you know what? I did the right thing. He's probably thinking this kid thinks I need a soul gem. You know, the guy's body is probably 85% soul gem at this point. Got super happy when you finish High Isle. I got the Ascendant Lord's Claymore, because Claymores are your favorite sword variant. Yeah, I use it on my Arcanist tank. Cause it's just so fun to hold. My Arcanist tank is an orc, and she's just like got this big sword. He declined my request. It's probably timed out. Timothy the Sharp. That's a very strange name for a Dunmer. Damn. Yeah, the more ads, the better I do. 'Cause I harvest heals from them, but you know, not so much from just a guy. Dang, Timothy, you got moves. Ah! No. Like, I got a decent amount of help from him. Oh, wow, okay, well. Claymores are just cool. Big swords. I do like these, though. These are pretty good. Oh, there he is again. I'm going in a circle. Could I... Well, let's wait for my stamina to go back up. Hit the ghost a lot. Hit the ghost a lot. That's all I can really do. Hit the ghost a lot. Hit the ghost a lot. Just keep hitting the ghost a lot. This is my flawless plan. Ah, it worked. Nicholas Duar. That sounds like a Breton. Oh, is he a... Yeah, he's a necromancer. Yeah. I've probably killed him. Oh, is he in here? I don't know. Honestly, this place is pretty cleared out. Someone probably went through here. Oh my god. Cold, 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 cold. I could probably like get on class at some point and make myself some armor or something. And then send it over. I don't know. It wouldn't last long. I'd grow out of it real quick. I didn't think this one through right here. So much sustain though. It's like I don't even need a healer right now. Hi, you kind of came out of nowhere. Alright, thank you. Wait, hold on. No! What? No, 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 no. Increases healing, done. No. I'm gonna keep the training. Iron Cures of Magicka, maximum. No, I'm gonna keep the stamina. Plus the armor goes down. No. I lose some training. But I'm kind of into it. No. No! Oh wait, I didn't have time to sell! Stop! I didn't realize that necromancers could be this strong without even really trying. Okay. We gotta sell. No, that's a ghost. Come on, Fez. Oh, that's apparently an endeavor. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this thing has quite the area of effect. Like, look at that. All right. Careful where you're swinging that knife. Well, I mean, I was gonna get to level 10. And here I am at level, almost 15, halfway through 14. Let's grab the Sky Shard really quick. And was that put me? Wait, no. Hey, good. Okay. Nice. Decent amount of leveling. It's not all I was doing, but you know. You gonna sleep? Yeah, I'm gonna be ending in a second here. Do you have a good night? I don't have anything to sell. Yes, this is my mess of a house. Alright, so, my goodness, I don't know the last time I played ESO for the whole stream. I mean, usually my Friday streams are significantly shorter, like a few hours, maybe 5. Here I am at 7. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I am going to find someone to raid you to, who's live at this hour. Let's see, give me a moment. What do we got here? What do we got? Oh, I just pulled up my Twitch. Hey, you know what? I mentioned earlier about Ninja Pulse putting together that stained glass thingy that I was going over. They are actually live right now. I'm not sure what they're doing. Let me do a quick check, actually. I'm not entirely sure. But they are doing ESO. Let's see. So I should put together the raid. Thank you so much for being here. It is appreciated. I'm probably going to be live doing the unofficial Elder Scrolls Pages stream at like 4 p.m. Central Time. And I'm probably it's probably gonna be like an hour, because I've got kind of a cramped schedule today. But I'll try to get like an hour or so in. We're gonna be going over the Lore Masters archive that I keep saying Lore Masters archive. It's a Q&A. Does that count as... No, okay, no, sorry. That does count as the Lore Masters archive. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I was getting confused there. Yeah, it is an archive. And so I'll be going over reading what that's all about. I haven't read it at all. It's going to be a blind reading, so any details or whatever that come up, that will be important. That'll be me seeing it for the first time and going over details. I'm not the smartest when it comes to subjects like Daedra. I mean, I've got my strengths, but I'll do my best, because it will be surrounding upon like Malakath and the Maelstrom Arena and various other Oblivion-y things. And I asked a question, and my question didn't get in, unfortunately. I did check that to see if my name was in there, but it was not. Maybe next time. But I will be answering the question. So I'm pretty sure someone, I don't know if anyone from the USP got in this time, but usually we do. But yeah, I'm gonna be doing that. I don't know, probably some other stuff on top of it. Maybe some pledges. But like I said, it should be a little bit shorter. And then I'm gonna be live here on this channel at 9 p.m. Central Time. If everything goes right, maybe a little bit later if something delays me, but somewhere around there. And then Sunday, I will be live at 7 p.m. Central Time, unless I am delayed, which I think on Sunday is a little bit more likely, me being delayed. It usually ends up happening on Sundays, but if it happens at all, but still. So, yeah, I'm going to be sending you guys do Ninja Pulse. I need to make a schedule, so I have to stop saying it all vocally, because it gets exhausting. I just gotta write down to draw a thing. Because it's usually the same. There's... hopefully, I'm actually going to pull them up so that if they, I don't know if they have ads running, but I don't want an ad when I raid, because then I can't say hi and hear them say hi, and that makes me feel sad. So I'm going to pull them up. I don't know if they have ads. I don't think you can turn them off, so they might. Nah, I'm good. All right, I will see you guys next time. Bye.